Let's go. What is up, my good people? What is up? Helen is here. What's up? Alyssa. Marissa. What is up? What is up? How's it going? Welcome in. Again. How is it? How is it? How's everyone doing tonight? What? What? I was late? Oh my gosh. Thank you. Thank you. You're far too kind. Thank you. Thank you. Nova, thank you. What's up? How's it going? Amanda Sykes. Amanda Sykes. Oh man, nice name. I like it. Very cool. We're doing it again. Samison's here. What's up, man? How's it going? Welcome in. Welcome in. Oh, wait. MB, call me. Man, this is the second person to say it. I feel so bad. I feel so bad. We've let... It was gone too long. It was gone too long. All right, guys. How's everyone doing tonight? It was going well. Thank you. It was very fun. Had a really good jiu-jitsu day today. It was really fun. Had a good little De La Hiva to sweep, to X-guard, to single leg. Really fun stuff. I like it. I'm being canceled again. Another one. It's another one. It's another one. My family's doing great. Hi, Mountain Life Mom. How's it going? My family's doing great. Thank you for asking. Everyone's doing really well. Hi, Kathleen. How's it going? Kathleen or Kathleen? Thank you for asking. Doing good. Yeah. What's everyone? Lynn. All right. Thank you. Makes sense with how it's spelled. I just want to make sure. Welcome in, everyone. I know it is something that I'm working on, being more human-like. I don't know what I need to do, guys. I don't know what I need to do. How do I talk to friends that are educated about vaccines? That aren't educated, you mean? Or to try to get them to take vaccines? Yeah, I mean, I think that the best thing is to ask them to study the diseases that vaccines prevent. And it's crazy, guys. The amount of death that was. Oh, yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, it's kind of quantum. I mean, the best scenario in that is just to kind of ask questions. You know, see where they land. You know, why do they have those views? Hey, Mego, how's it going? Hi, Andrina, how's it going? I would ask them, why do they have those anti-vax views? And then you need to talk about that. Because a lot of them have anti-vax views for a lot of different reasons. So you can't really just start spitting hey, Fabi, can't start spitting facts at them if they don't care about the facts, right? They don't believe in the scientific method and they have a distrust for science in general, then you're not going to be able to hit them with, a scientific paper, right? Because they're going to think that it's just propaganda. So you need to ask them why. So that's the biggest thing. If you want to connect with someone that has a different view than yourself, I would, user 456, let's go. Dude, are we starting this show off with a vaccine party? I guess so. I love it. User 456, thank you so much. Did you get your flu shot as well or just your COVID booster? Let us know. I guess that awakens the great Vaccine Board of Science. Here we go. Ready, guys? In 3, 2, 1. Yes! Child measles coverage, the 2-day dose coverage, reached 76% by 2024. So we have room to improve. We have room to improve, guys. 76%. We need to get that number up, right? As more and more people are anti-vax, we need to work on getting that number up, and that's what we're going to do today. We are going to talk about vaccines, probably. Comes up a lot, guys. It comes up a lot. Good job, Amanda Sykes. Thank you so much. User 456, that's one extra one, so we're up to 77, everyone. Count it down. 3, 2, 1. Yes. Novocaine got 2 as well. All right. Okay, so this one's user 456. Thank you guys. Thank you. All right, and that's 2 more for Novocaine. Novocaine, thank you for taking public health seriously. Here we go, guys. Count it down. 3. You know what to do in there in the chat, guys. You know what to do. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Yes. Novocaine, thank you for taking public health seriously. We love people who take public health seriously and that love themselves and love the people around them by getting vaccinated. We love it. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Look at those V's. People love you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Sunflower Girl. Thank you. Yeah. Novocaine, good job. Novocaine for my brain. That's a beautiful, beautiful name. I love that. Good job, guys. I love it. Well, guys, we got a lot planned. I got some fun. Hey, what's up, Sherry? Let's go. How's it going? All right, we're going to go back to chill mode. Oh, you're just vibe living, dude. Oh, we're not about vibes. We're about science here. Yeah, I'm sorry. We're about actual studies and science. So that's what we do. So thanks for stopping in, though. You're welcome to stay. And we don't ban for opposing opinions just because I love you watching. So thank you. Yeah, we're vibing through science. Exactly. Science. What is science? That's a really good question. What do you guys think? What is science? How can we explain what science is to people? Science is a way of building knowledge. Okay, we build knowledge through making observations about the world. And then we look and we see if people have made that same observation and we research it, right? We research and we go through, we search the literature, we search the great scientists that came before us, and we see if anyone had the same observation. What did they think about it? What did they say about our observation? And we make a hypothesis from there to say how that observation came about, right? So we think about the observation and how it's working, and then we make a hypothesis. And that hypothesis is what's tested through the materials and methods. We think about an approach. There's different ways of testing a hypothesis, so we've got to figure that one out. And then you do the experiment and it fails pretty much every time because you have controls, but it fails inevitably because your hypothesis is going to be wrong. So we searched before, and then after the experiment fails and we have that new data set, we research. That's where the word comes from. We research through the literature to see how people actually answered that question before. And then that is where at the end, then we have our hypothesis is either disproven or proven, and we go and publish it that. And then all these things come together, all these different hypotheses come together, and then we make a theory, a grand theory of how it works. That's what science works. Hey, Ogwe, how's it going? What paper are you most proud of writing? I probably the Nature Nanotechnology paper, or mine that was part of my dissertation. Okay, I mean, you're right, Econ. I understand what you can't prove a hypothesis. We talk about Karl Popper and falsificationism a lot. I understand what you're saying, but I think we're just colloquially talking about it right now. Okay, Mick. Mick, welcome to the show.
You really think you're an Einstein, don't you? You think you're so handsome and so smart. And science can't even prove the theory of evolution.
How's it going, Mick? What's up? Do you have a question, or what do you think? What are you thinking about?
I'm thinking that you should change your name to Dr. Ego.
Okay. All right.
Science can't even prove the theory of evolution, you moron.
Okay. What do you think that science can prove then?
It can prove some things, but not everything.
What can
You
it prove?
think that way in some humans because your egos are so huge that y'all can't stand not thinking that you can't prove or know everything.
What's
Like
what's the thing
you
that
think
science can prove? What can science prove?
it can prove certain
Like
things, but
what?
it cannot prove everything.
Like what? What can it
It
prove?
cannot prove evolution.
What can it prove though?
Tell
You
me,
said it can. You said
can
it
it
can prove
prove
something.
evolution? It can, like about plants and animals and
Okay.
the weather somewhat, but
What can it
it
prove about
cannot
plants and
prove
animals?
everything. How their what their makeup is, their age, the different cycles through millions of years and so on. Now, science is pretty good at that stuff, but a lot of stuff it can't prove. Look, it can't even cure the common cold.
What is the wait? So how are how are the plants and animals all connected then? If it's not through evolution?
It's not that you can't prove evolution.
Well,
I
then what
believe
are
we
you
were
saying that
created by God
you can talk
Almighty.
about where they
I
came from?
believe
How?
we were created. I believe we were created by God Almighty.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, you could
And
have.
yeah, and so many with so many scientists, their egos are so huge that they especially dislike religion.
Where'd you grow up?
No, don't go attacking me personally.
I'm not. I'm just curious.
That will
I'm just
not
curious
work
where
with
you
me.
where you grew up. Like we're in the United States. You don't have to
Uh,
say it like an actual like just like a state or a region or whatever.
have you ever gone through a whole day without spending 2 hours in the mirror?
Okay. I think you're fake, bro. I don't think that this is real. Yeah, you just didn't sound right. You didn't sound like a normal caller, guys. Okay. So anyway, sorry about that, guys. Sometimes we're big enough now that we just attract spammers. So the people that are trolling. So yeah. User 456. What's up, man?
How you doing?
Good.
Yep, got my booster today. My
I
wife
know.
got
I
hers.
do. We're so happy
Yeah,
about it. Thank you for so much. I think you were 77.
yeah, I believe so. A little
Nice, man.
disappointed. They turned my son away. He's 14.
Mm-hmm.
He does have a comorbidity, but in New Jersey they're requiring a script right now.
Oh my
So
gosh.
probably got to drive him over to PA tomorrow, over to
Mhm.
Philadelphia. They don't require one because he has a comorbidity and an allergic asthma. So a few kids in his school already have COVID, and I don't want to take any chances.
It's a good idea. It's a good point.
Yeah, yeah. Get the
Yeah.
flu shot next week. I tried the flu shot and booster once before. Really wiped me out, so I'm spacing them out a week or two.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good. Yeah, good parenting for real. Yeah.
I don't know if you saw my post. A little further up, there was a group of parents not far from here who had raw milk at a party or get together.
Oh my
4 of them
god.
are in the ICU.
Oh my gosh, dude, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, man. Hey Omar, how's it going? Welcome in, man. Yeah, it's I what's so frustrating is that these guys that have this hyper fixation on vaccine side effects and stuff like that, well, like they'll never know about that. They'll never know and be held accountable for their rampant misinformation about the safety of raw milk or how dangerous it is or how much
Yeah.
people are winding up in the hospital because of this. It's just rampant. And it's so frustrating because as a scientist, like we make steps forward to better our knowledge and we know that we're wrong sometimes and we better it and we go forward. But these
Yeah.
people with the misinformation are just constantly right all the time, right? They never are wrong in their minds. And it hurts people. It hurts people in the end.
Yeah, I mean, when we first had COVID hit in 20, um, I live in southern New Jersey. One of the two people that were on ventilators was a good friend of mine. So
Oh
when you
wow.
see it up that close, that soon before vaccinations, and you saw how he almost didn't make it through, you want to
Mm,
do the most you can to help not only your friends and family, but those who are vulnerable.
yeah,
And not just, it just became a real political issue. I mean, I'm
exactly.
55, and I mean, had always had our vaccinations, and
Yeah,
just became such a tool for politics. It's a shame.
I agree, man. Dude, I've been doing, you know, science communication starting at the pandemic because of the conspiracies around COVID. You know, I'm a molecular biologist by training, so I change genomes around and I do cool things like create new strains and basically create gene therapy techniques in order for these cells to differentiate and metabolic engineering and all these cool things. And I love talking about that stuff. And I thought that a lot of my science world would be about that. Communication world would be explaining that cool new technology that we're developing, that we're just developing it, guys. This is the cool stuff that we're actually doing and breakthroughs that we're doing. And unfortunately, so much of now, especially with this new iteration that I've done on TikTok in the last month, all
Mhm.
we're talking about is like vaccines, as it's so important because it is the interface between like science and politics is public health, right? And we have
Yeah.
science that better informs people's decision making, and that absolutely is, that vaccines are safe and effective. They saved millions of lives during the pandemic,
Yeah.
15 million globally, and we had 300,000 people die in the United States alone from vaccine hesitancy. That these are all real things that we know through epidemiology, we know through stats, and people just deny it. And we spent the entire time in 2021 talking to these people, and they said, no, 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 we're not anti-vax. We're just anti this vaccine. It needs to
Mhm.
be emergency use authorization. As soon as it's FDA approved, we'll get the vaccine. It's FDA approved, they don't get the vaccine. And it just and then year after year they just started unwinding, and now people just don't even. A lot of anti-vax people just don't even believe viruses are real. They just don't even think that germ theory is real. They don't
Yeah.
think that these things even existed, and they think that the entire thing is made up because they think that SARS-CoV-2 was made up in a lab. So it's just another easy step to make that, oh, like just like SARS-CoV-2 was made in the lab, now everything is made in the lab, which is completely false, complete fabrication. Nothing has been shown that SARS-CoV-2 was ever leaked from the lab. And
Right.
yet this is where we are. Hey, Ducray.
Yeah, a few earlier in my career I'm an illustrator, designer, art director. I worked as scientific illustration and design, so
Oh,
I worked
cool.
along scientists a lot, and doing imagery. So you learn a lot through being around scientists, especially pharmaceuticals, and what the reality is and what the misinformation spreading. And it's a real shame that our Health and Humans Services leader is an anti-vaxxer, and
Exactly.
now we have this, the state of Florida. I have family down there.
Hmm.
Their Surgeon General. I just don't understand it. I mean,
Yeah.
it's like I said, we're not going to Disney World. California's got our.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah. It's
yeah,
um it's sad, man. I mean, it's all these vaccine preventable diseases that we focus on vaccine side effects so much, but we don't focus on, what was smallpox before we eradicated
oh
it
yeah,
through vaccines. What was measles, hepatitis B, like uh, you know, just there's so many rotavirus, all these things that all these vaccine prevented deaths that were so big, polio, pertussis, diphtheria, like it's just all
well,
these things.
I live near a cemetery where my parents and my grandparents buried, and if you go into this small section, is all the children from the turn of the 20th century because
Mhm.
they didn't have these vaccines. I mean, children die.
Exactly.
They didn't have the ability to live past 45 or 50. And then why so many families had multiple children because
Exactly.
they two or three. My father had twin siblings that died in Greece because of lack of medicine.
Mhm.
So it's just horrible.
It is, man. It is, and people don't know they don't think that they need vaccines because they don't know anyone with measles, and it's like, yeah, it's because vaccines are very effective. That's why, and now I worry, how we went through one pandemic, right? One virus outbreak, right? One global outbreak of one virus. Like, what's it going to be like when measles is a pandemic?
Yeah.
What happens then? Like
There's no reason measles should be rearing its head.
exactly, exactly,
It's
man.
ridiculous.
So imagine like before vaccines, guys. Vaccines prevent 30 different types of diseases that outbroke. Like, imagine not just one pandemic, like COVID-19. Imagine multiple epidemics in your locality happening constantly. Just there's a measles outbreak this month. In 3 months, there's a smallpox outbreak. 3 months, there's a hepatitis B outbreak. Like, it happened all the time, everywhere, constantly. And if you think that, oh, an adult and I have a healthy immune system, I can take it. Well, guess what? Exactly what you were talking about. Kids can't. So they have 2 to 3 times higher
Yeah.
mortality rates than adults, and they're dying from measles at 80%. So even if everyone wound up having measles as an adult at some point, okay, but like the kids still died at insanely high rates. So
Yeah, and I have to constantly take my I have sarcoidosis, but inactive around, not necessarily in my lungs, but in my thorax, and
mhm.
so I'm high risk, for pulmonary complications. So luckily, knock on wood, I've never contracted COVID. Still to this day, because I'm pretty vigilant with my mask and my vaccines and the family around me. But you never know.
Yeah.
I do my best, and I just feel, like you said, public health is for the betterment of society. This is not about you do you, you do me. You're basically a weapon at that point. You
Yeah.
become a spreader, and if people around you are not vaccinated, or if your booster's wearing off and you give something to somebody, you know,
Yeah. I agree with you, man.
I just hope in a few years our CDC will be somewhat intact and come back to reality. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. I think we're just going to have to wait this one out. But if you have a zoonotic pandemic, oh, God help us. That movie Contagion's going to be.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm with you, man. Yeah. Well, thank you for getting your booster, man. Thanks for doing your
Yeah,
part. And thanks for
absolutely.
being a good parent by getting your kids vaccinated too. So I
Yeah.
really
Yep.
appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you
man.
for what you're doing.
Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate you saying that.
Yeah.
All right, have a good one.
Okay.
Appreciate you.
You
Bye.
too. Bye-bye.
All right. All right. We got L Nizzy, J Mir, Barry Allen, and then 0779. Guys, sorry, we're just gonna go dad mode real quick. I gotta do something real quick, guys. I will be right back, okay? Oh, I hit the wrong button. Oh, here we go. Okay, be right back. We did it. Dad mode, engage. I'm back. All right. How do I get that thing away? I'm back. Okay. All right. El Nizzy. Oh, sick. Carrie Bird. Let's go. It's 81. Let's go. Carrie Bird. Thank you, Carrie Bird. 81. 3, 2, 1. Yes, Carrie Bird. Thank you. El Nizzy, what's up, dude?
No, sweetie, it's me. Doctor,
Hi.
just going to do a brain dump.
Okay.
Okay?
I'm ready.
Old boomer here.
Hi.
Yeah. Got the polio vaccine on my back shoulder from when
Nice.
my dad was in the service.
Mhm.
Yep. Anybody who doesn't vaccinate their kids, shame on them. CDS should be called right away. Seriously. CPS, excuse me.
Yeah.
And gonna give just a little dump here of RFK Jr. I wrote Tylenol today, and
Yeah.
honestly, I say that specifically Tylenol. I went to their website, I wrote them and said, gee whiz, RFK Jr., our Secretary of Health and Human Services guy, said that Tylenol causes autism.
Yeah.
Do you have stats? Yeah, I'm like all over sue that ass.
That's a good
Sue
point.
that ass.
I really like that. Yeah, defamation suit, because there's nothing to support that. So, I mean, that's actually an interesting.
Well, back in the day, doctor, women were told, and that if you took, they didn't know, but
Yeah.
after the fact, if you took aspirin when you were pregnant, then this could happen to your child if you carried to term, and so missing toes, limbs were blamed on aspirin. Don't know. I haven't gone there, but
Mhm.
now it's like RFK is doing this crap, and you're just like, okay. So second point, went to, I am obviously eligible for a lot of different reasons to get a COVID booster.
Mhm.
Looked up on my local healthcare providers here in bloody red Iowa
Yeah.
to get COVID booster. Oh, you can only be 62 plus or with a underlying condition. Otherwise, it's not available. They
That's
will not
crazy.
even grant you an appointment. So RFK saying that, oh, the COVID vaccine is available to everybody. It's a freaking lie.
Yeah.
People, it's a freaking lie. Shame on anybody that voted for this knothead.
Exactly.
Oh my God. So let's see. What else can I tell you? Can't think of anything on the health area
Mhm.
right now, other than anybody who doesn't want to vaccinate. Let's just say, guess what? I will stop vaccinating my animals, my cattle, my horses, my dogs. I won't vaccinate them anymore. So guess what? If there's a little bit of rabies going around,
It's on the
y'all
rise.
do it.
It's
Yeah,
on the
you
rise
deal with
because of
that.
anti-vaxxers. Yeah.
Yeah, you deal with that, kids.
Yeah.
You want to, yeah, I had a good friend who was a vet who actually, shame on her, she was a vet, and vets have to take regular boosters if they're dealing with animals, if they're practicing, to prevent rabies. And she let it lapse. She was one of those, oh my God, so smart
Are you
person.
serious?
Yeah, no. And she ended up in the hospital, doctor. Almost lost her a couple of years ago for just age, but almost lost her because she didn't keep up her boosters as a vet. And she said, oh, I almost kind of felt like this mare was, ew, I thought it. And sure enough,
It's 100% death rate.
yeah,
It's 100%
Yeah.
death rate. I mean,
I
it's
know.
insane.
She was amazingly saved. I have no idea how that happened because it was in bloody red Iowa. She was stuck in a very small town hospital, but they pulled her through. But so yeah, I'll just quit vaccinating all my animals, and this anti-vaxxers, especially the ones in Florida, they can just come up and visit my farm. There you go. Yeah.
I know,
If they
it's
want to
wild.
deal with something like that, I mean, how do we even have some yo-yo in Florida saying, "Oh, y'all, we're just gonna end all mandates for childhood vaccines"? I mean, how does that happen?
It's crazy. I know. It's what's wild is that they still have the requirement for vaccinating your dogs in order to board them. Like you have to still have them vaccinated. So if they're safe and effective for dogs, why are they having them for dog mandate? I don't know, it's just weird to have vaccine scheduling and requirements for dogs but not for humans. I don't know. It's just weird. It's a weird thing.
Yeah. Okay, so that's my brain dump, and
Okay.
thank you for letting me up. I
Well,
appreciate
thank
it.
you. Thanks for being here, and thanks for being in the community. I appreciate you. Alrighty. Have a good one. Bye.
Thanks.
Okay. So J Mayer, Barry Allen, and 0799. J Mayer, how's it going?
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, hey. Okay, hi.
Hi.
Sorry, I was doing mom duty earlier,
I just had to
so
do
I
dad
get it.
duty. It's all right. It's all good.
Well, I have everyone sleeping in the house now. So I just want to preface saying that I do vaccinate. I also, just turned in my 7th grade vaccination to our local school district to make sure
Mhm.
he was vaccinated with those.
Mhm.
But I don't know if this is on subject or not, but a family member, my niece, she goes to UNC Chapel Hill, and she's involved in a lab there. And so this subject came up in discussion with our family,
Mhm.
and it kind of turned into a heated debate because we were talking about, okay, so we believe in the science, we've got all that, check, check, check.
Mhm.
But the issue that we have is how mucky the waters have become with grant money and scientists and
Yeah.
vaccinations and all of those things. So to say that there's not a valid reason for people to take a step back, I think is not appropriate considering all the information that's out there today. So I just kind of wanted to get your take on that.
Oh, to take a step back from vaccine because you don't trust them because of
No,
who's
no,
in
no, no,
full?
no, 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 no. That's not what I'm saying. Taking a step back and looking at the whole picture, saying, okay, science is valid, but
Yeah.
there's also this political side of it with a lot of money exchanging, and it does leave a lot of questions with certain vendors of vaccinations and the studies that have been behind them, and so on and so forth.
Okay, so we just got
Are you
some
tracking
things.
with that?
Yeah, we just got some things mixed up. It's okay. That's fine. So
That's okay.
this is a common misconception. So I'm really happy
Hmm,
to change it up. So basically,
interesting.
the money that the U.S. government funds is through the
Mm-hmm.
NSF, National Science
Got it. I
Foundations, National
know that.
Institutes of Health,
Yep.
and they create
Tracking.
pools of money called grants. And
Tracking
basically,
that.
these universities they beg for money from these pools of money, and then it
Got
goes
it.
to these
And it's
universities.
actually not just the universities, but it's
Yeah.
also very specific to the professors that are running these labs and that grant money that is being pushed to them for the research.
Yeah, so they're gonna be
And
basically the professor is gonna be like a startup
but
company,
it's been
basically, kinda.
misused. I understand all that, but it's been misused, and there's been many, many cases where it has been misused. So I think that until this community comes together and says, yes, you know what, you're right. There's been some really,
Can you name it? Can you
there's
name an example that I can look up?
sure.
Mhm.
I don't want to leave here, so I don't.
Okay. I mean, I'm curious what she's
Are
thinking.
you still
Yeah.
there?
Mhm.
Oh, okay. Well,
If you tab out, I can't hear you, but you can hear me, and then when you come back in, you can just tell me, like, the example or whatever, and then I can look it up. So yeah, I don't think that.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Uh, that was one thing. And that's an
Oh,
acronym, and I don't know if.
When you're tabbed out, I can't hear you, but now I can hear you. What would you say?
Okay. So because I don't want to tap out so you don't hear me. So one thing off just the top of my head was I believe, and the acronym could be completely not correct. So please correct me if I'm wrong, but BARADA, BARADA, it was like back in 2019. There was a lot of stuff around that. That was one.
Is it a vaccine?
No, it wasn't necessarily the vaccine, but it was all involving researchers and grant money and just misuse of grant funds with the researchers. I guess that's the thing. Like, it's not, I mean, you can look it up, like it's out there. You just have to Google it. But
I mean,
so
the NSF
there
grant
are
money.
those issues, but to say there's no misuse, I
I
think
don't
is
think so.
misleading.
Not wide.
Interesting. Okay, then we
No.
just won't we're just not going to track then.
I don't think that there
but
is.
but that information is out there. But to say there's not, I think is just not a fair
individual.
statement.
I mean, like, so basically the individual grant, like, they have program managers at the NSF and NIH.
I understand that the process.
Okay, so then
that you're
how are
speaking of.
how are they abusing the grant money? Because it would just be an
Because
individual grant.
once it's exactly, the individual grants are being misused.
Okay,
So it would be the individuals that are misusing it. So that is something that needs to be addressed within the community, is
but that
what
already
I'm
is.
speaking to.
That already
Is
is. Like,
it?
yeah,
Is it?
you have the program managers that check in and talk to them, and
But
they have to show.
but it's been shown that that's not happening, and it is misused a lot. And so I just
Not
feel like we're just going to
systemically.
kind of go back and
No, I don't
forth
think so.
because you don't think it's a systemic problem, and I feel that it's tinkering on that.
No, I don't
So
think so.
I just feel like that's something that needs to be addressed. So we can
Yeah.
agree to disagree on that,
Okay.
and that's cool. But
Okay.
have a good night.
Okay. Show it through reports that you're doing the work and you're actually funding stuff on that stuff. So the idea that it's like a systemic problem where all these grant money is just being paid away and they're not using that for what they're using for, it's just, there's too many program managers, there's too many government, the DOE, NSF, NIH, DOD, they're all these different grant pools that are all having a systems of checks and balances. And it's just a systemic thing where they're all being used in order to fund wrong stuff. It just doesn't happen. You could maybe have a single like professor here and there with like some cases of someone getting away with something, but they're being awarded to institutions too. So the institution is also going to be the double check to make sure that they're actually using that money. They're using that thing. Yeah, Jonathan Castor. Yeah, there's lipid nanoparticles there. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Oh, I guess, sorry, Barry Allen, I guess left. Okay. It's 0799 and then Doc left. Okay. So we're just going to go 0799 and then 5 minutes.
Hey, Doc.
Hello. Hi, 0799. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good. What's up?
So, well, like there's my first thing was listening and paying attention. And why I wanted to come up is for folks that are vaxxers and stuff like that. There's some of us that are getting of an age that are MMR are different boosters that we got as children. Kind of think that, once you're 50, I'm pretty sure you need to have different boosters.
Yeah. The booster's only like 20 years, 30 years old.
Yeah.
So you want to, if you're a childhood MMR booster, if you got vaccinated as a child in your 30 plus, there's probably a good chance that you can just get a MMR booster.
So what boosters should we get? Like,
Honestly,
to ensure.
so basically, what you can do is you can get a titer, which is you can check to see if your antibodies are still there. But if you don't have any vaccine records, from your childhood, then you can kind of just ask your physician or to see like what would be a good thing. But so personally, I went through this. So for grad school, I had to have all my vaccines, and they had to have a confirmed vaccine card. And I got vaccinated as a child. My mom is a nurse, so I got every shot every year, and I just didn't have the records. So they were just like, all right, well, you can either spend $300 for a vaccine titer, and you can check to see if your antibodies are there, or you can just pay $20 for a vaccine. So I was just like, okay, I'll just get them all again.
Perfect.
So I just went through and just got a bunch of all my childhood vaccines all over again. So yeah, it's just it wasn't a big deal, and it cost less money, and I didn't have to wait for the blood work to come back, and I got a bump. And like my wife was pregnant, and they recommend Tdap anyway, they recommend MMR anyway, so it kind of just all worked out that I got them all again.
Yeah, and my question was not that, like, for me, I'm like, I know I probably should go and get it. It's
Hmm.
just that I think that there may be people that are listening to your panel
Hmm.
that may not even think as we get older, we do need, or especially with folks not vaccinating
Hmm.
their children, we could become susceptible.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely,
So,
especially with these
so
things. Yeah.
So that's all I was saying. And then I
Okay.
was listening to all of the other stuff. That's the unfortunate. I try not, like, I listen to you because I love listening.
Hi.
And then
Nice.
when I want to, like, pay attention, like, I'm like, I have something to share, which is, us oldies, we kind of need to get vaccinated too for all the other stuff.
Absolutely.
And then I have to,
You want to real quick? Can we do a vaccine party? Celtic JP actually got vaccinated today. We're gonna go 3, 2, 1. Yes, Celtic JP. Way to go! Way to go, dude! How fun! This is a cool first vaccine party with someone on the call. That's cool. Thank you for cheering. That was
awesome.
really fun.
That's awesome.
Sorry.
That's
Go ahead.
awesome.
Go ahead. I love it.
But so I try, honestly, if I request up, I try not to listen to the other requesters because
Yeah.
you can go down a rabbit hole with their thoughts and but the last one with the grants, I'm like,
Deus Goat got
it's
another
not
one.
it,
3,
it
2,
it's not.
1.
Oh,
Boom. Deus Goat. Love it. I love it. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, with the grants. Yeah.
awesome.
Oh my God, Melanie, dude, I love it. I love it. This is great. This is a cool one. I love when this happens. Melanie, yes, good mom. Good mom, getting their kid vaccinated, guys. That's a good mom. So I'm sorry. So
Awesome.
you're, yes, they are, Jonathan. Yeah, nanoparticles exist in nature. They're just things that are below 100 nanometers in size. Go ahead, 0799. Sorry about that. You're talking
With
about
her, with
the granting funding.
the grants,
Mhm.
and I'm just like, grants aren't, it's not magic money to labs or to researchers. It is money that is promised to do the research, and a no result, or a like, if it doesn't end up with an answer in
Mm.
science, it's okay.
It's like
And
money
then
that you say
it
you
is,
line item. You line in a grant proposal, you
yeah,
line item how you're going to spend it. So the idea that it's just
everything.
like a slush fund that you can just like charge anything to it is just that just isn't correct.
And if the idea, like, so I think maybe her idea is that there's this grant money, and then they spend it, and then the expectation is that whatever they were researching is going to be like, that is exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah, it sounds
It's
like there's
not.
like a
It's not. It's science. They're going to go down this path, and maybe science didn't do what they thought, and it may have gone another way, or what. Like, it's like, just because you give somebody money don't grants don't equal what the end result. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know how else to it. Like, I know you understand, but I don't know how to
They don't. I mean,
articulate that to
the thing
somebody
is,
else.
I think unfortunately it was some propaganda that someone found out, and they believed, and it's Rand Paul and these people, Republicans, push this all the time, and it's like a laundry list of bad, their ideas is bad projects that shouldn't be funded, and they say like, man, $10 million to figure out how a shrimp like walks, how ridiculous is that? But like, and here's one, Gila monster metabolism. Like, what do you think a Gila monster metabolism should be? How a Gila monster eats? Should we study that? And like on its face, it sounds ridiculous, right? It sounds stupid. Like, why would we care about a Gila monster? But actually, in 1997, that is actually how we figured out metabolism. That's how we figured out how GLP-1 agonists work, and that's how we have Ozempic right now. Is because funding that was happening in the late 90s for Gila monsters. Now we have Ozempic, 25 years later. So
I may not be a big
people can lampoon and find individual projects that they personally don't like, but guess what? That's not your spot to sit there and critique individual grants, because you don't know anything about that subject. You're not an expert in that field, and that's what the program managers are. The program managers are experts in their fields, and they assess whether or not what track we should be on. And we have program managers in the channel, guys. We have friends of the stream, program managers, and these people are good people that we should have. And these are the jobs that are under attack, by the way, with the Trump administration. So, Schedule F. So it's like the idea that these people are the ones that we should be culling, or there's a problem with. I don't agree, and I'll defend those people.
Well, it is kind of one of those things. Last time I was up, I am Canadian, so
Okay.
Feel free, Smarties, come to our country.
I got a friend, one of my best friends from grad school. We're losing him to you, so you've already hurt me. So
yeah, right. Like it's, and that's the thing. That's kind of why, like, for me, I kind of wanted to come out and just like, what do us Gen Xers or late millennials need to do to ensure that we're vaccinated? We still need to be vaccinated. We need boosters. We need to ensure. Yeah. So, like, teaching that, and then with the grant piece, it's,
yeah,
awesome grant, and somebody, a program might be funded with a grant, and it teaches something else, or it goes on another tangent.
Yeah.
That saves something else. So, I don't know. Anyways. Yeah. Anyways, Doc, children and us oldies need to be vaccinated.
I agree.
Grant money is not magic money.
It's true. Very true.
That's that. And yeah.
Alrighty. Well, thank you for coming up. I appreciate you saying that, and I totally agree. Thanks for saying and advocating for publicly funded science. It's good. We have to fund it.
Yeah, it's got to be done. And like I said, if your lab shuts down,
yeah,
we're just up the street then.
True. All right, 079. Thank you so much. Okay. I appreciate you.
You too.
Bye.
Okay, I appreciate you.
All right, 5-minute sickle cell lesson. Hi, friend. How's it going?
It's going well. How are you?
Good. Nice to see you.
You as well. So, okay, why can't I can't get my camera on? That's odd. All right. So I was just coming up to respond to the lady who was speaking to the grants being misused and whatnot. I don't think people really understand the power of publicly funded grants when they are set up properly and when they are truly funded. So here in California in 2003, the taxpayers voted to set aside $3 billion of tax money over a 10-year period to fund Serum, California Institute of Regenerative Medicine. And then we re-upped them again, I think, like 2020, 2021, somewhere around there, right? So that means that we have set aside basically $6 billion in taxpayer money so that they can fund scientific research, mainly for gene therapies and whatnot. But the whole thing about it is that you have to, when you apply as a scientist or researcher or whatever, you have to apply, you send it to California. It goes through the UC Regents, which is the umbrella for University of California, right?
Yep.
And all of the research, all of the, the patient studies, the clinical trials, all of that has to happen in California, in the UC system, at the campus that you began. So you have like this chain of evidence, basically, right? That's being kept up. You're fully funded because you had private donations matching the taxpayers. And within their first few years of, operating, they created, they advancements in daily treatments and even cures for over 74 illnesses.
Oh, wow. I didn't realize that. That's amazing. I got to look that up.
Yeah,
Gene therapy,
please do.
cancer cures. Wow, that's cool.
Not just cancer, just treatments and
Oh, okay.
cures
Okay.
for over 74 diseases and illnesses. So when you look at something like that, right, you see you see what can be done when things are put in one place, one system, when they have funding, right? And that funding is not having to go out to like buildings, not having to go out to like rent and stuff. You went through the UC system, so you had all of this stuff in place through our universities, and then you just go, right? And yes, it's a simplification of the process, but for time. And I can't tell you, but as a sickle cell patient, they made advancements in my illness that were quite amazing. They confirmed a lot of things that we thought we knew, and then it was like, oh yeah, we definitely know it. That's cool. That's right. And I'm quite sure it happened in other illnesses because I was one of their advocates, and I was one of their what do they call them? Ambassadors, disease ambassadors. So
Gotcha.
you put your face all over, educational materials. But it's just something to think about and to consider, especially given what we're dealing with now. And for people who y'all think I'm going to be I'm anti-vax, great for you. Do you? But for those of us who understand science, those of us who believe in scientific method, those of us who have had our lives saved time and time again by researchers, by scientists like you.
Damn, thank you. Yeah, wow.
Well, we truly are grateful, and it gives you hope on a level that I don't really think a lot of people understand, and it's just something to to think about. Go research it. Y'all want to research all day? Go research that.
Mm-hmm.
And see and watch the patient stories, because they're up.
Yeah.
You can find them. And yeah, because a whole bunch of folks are about to be in shock. I would say in about 2 years it's going to
Yeah.
hit.
I agree. It's going to be ugly. I think people are going to be shocked with, like, you thought that COVID was bad. Just imagine epidemics of a lot of different viruses that are all going to be happening out. You're going to have a lot of local shutdowns. You're going to have a lot of local shutdowns of schools. I mean, you can't have a school with a measles outbreak. They're going to be shut down, and it's a 30-day lockdown, and an actual lockdown, guys. Not the suggested stay-at-home stuff with SARS-CoV-2. We're like an actual lockdown. So it's just, people have no idea. They have no idea. They've never lived with these things. They don't understand it. And we spent so much time magnifying vaccine side effects and not the real effects of viruses and pathogens that are saving us from these, that vaccines save us from. So it's thank you for highlighting that. I really appreciate your perspective and your story on that.
Thank you. You have a good night.
Thank you.
Good night to the chat. See you soon.
Thank
Bye.
you. See you soon. Bye. All right. Barry Allen, then Inactive, and then Almighty. Oh man, I'm sorry, Justin.
Hello.
Hey, Barry Allen, how's it going?
Well, I'm doing better now that I'm in recovery. I'm actually one of the few people that had an allergic reaction to the Pfizer vaccine. The second one, I went in for my second shot. I didn't have a reaction to the first shot, but it was the second one. And I was in St. Louis at Riverport Amphitheater whenever it actually kicked in. And I ended up going by an ambulance. My heart stopped. They actually had to bring me back twice.
Mm-hmm.
And I ended up in ER. And I had neurologists come in. I had a frontal lobe seizure that lasted over 5 minutes. I broke my right humerus bone. My shoulder dropped 2 inches. Tore my labrum. I had to get 6 pins in my shoulders. And because of that, I ended up having a stroke, which affected my speech. So I have a speech impediment that I've been working on.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how many other people out there what it is I was born with an autoimmune deficiency back in 77.
Mm-hmm.
So, and you could tell this by people who have what was commonly referred to as like a lazy eye or a deficiency or a stutter or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And my neurologist also, I talked to my neurologist, and before I even am talking to you, that's why I'm asking you, have you heard of anyone else who had allergic reactions to mine was the Pfizer
The first
vaccine.
shot. Honestly, could you mute the TV? It's a little loud. It's
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah,
I think I've in my research, I've seen people that had allergic reactions to the first shot. You're the first person that I've talked to or heard of that had a reaction to the second one. Did you change from Moderna to Pfizer by chance?
No. The only difference was I had it done at Walgreens.
Yeah, I wonder if there's something else, a confounding variable there, because it just doesn't sound like there would be, because if you had a genetic factor, it would be an allergic reaction to the first one as well. So that's why it's
I'm now blind in my left eye completely because of I have reoccurring seizures. They're not frontal lobe like the first one I had that did all the damage.
You never had seizures?
But I never had seizures before I got the vaccine, and my job was to clean the place that did the swabs and stuff, and working at a hospital, I was told either I had to take the vaccine or I was going to get terminated. And I'm not an anti-vaxxer. I mean, my children were fully vaccinated against everything.
Yeah, it sounds like you might have. I mean, if if sounds like you might have actually gotten a I doubt it. I doubt it's the vaccine, because if you were an allergic reaction, you would have gotten an allergic reaction to the first shot. So I think it's something else. It would probably be a different type of infection that was triggered, or something, because long COVID, it sounds like you might have gotten COVID that triggered a neurodegenerative disease that we know happens. So there's actually a good chance that the vaccine might have saved your life, because if you were, if you didn't have the vaccine, your viral load would have been much higher, and then your neurodegenerative disease would have been even worse. So that's what I would think is happening. I'm not a medical doctor. I'm a scientist doctor. So it's not a medical opinion, but that's just what I think.
Okay, because I mean, like whenever I spent 5 days in St. Louis Memorial Hospital, and they did blood work, and thoroughly went through to make sure that I wasn't on drugs, and that I wasn't, because I was at a concert, and that I wasn't on drugs or nothing. I was with my son and my wife, sitting on the lawn when this happened.
It sounds like you're underwater. Can you put the speaker a little bit closer to your mouth? There we go. That sounds better.
Is that better?
Yeah, it sounds like you might have gotten COVID, man. It sounds like you got a big COVID boost, like a big viral load, and that's what happened. It might have triggered a neurodegenerative problem. That's what I would think.
Oh, okay. See, my neurologist didn't know. Yeah. The only thing, because he with the blood work and everything, the only thing difference he thought maybe it was because now I have like jerking in my legs and stuff, and I have a low sodium level that I can't even get up, even with me taking Lasix, and they give me taking Lasix, and I've never had an issue with that. I'm actually I got type O negative blood, and I'm the R negative factor too, with red hair. So I produce my own vitamin D, but now I'm not vitamin D deficient, and now I've got a complete speech impediment. That it takes a lot of nerve to even come up here and talk to someone.
Yeah.
Whenever you're blind in one eye, you can't really read the comments people are making, if they're making fun of you and everything.
No, don't worry about it. No, dude, you're here. You're doing a great job. You're all good.
It's hard to talk. I have a hang, like almost like Sylvester Stallone did after when he had his stroke. I had drippage in my left side of my face. Lost stuff in my I lost the ability to lift my left leg up, and now I'm taking home physical therapy, trying to learn to walk again. I've been in a wheelchair for 3 years now, and I've just taken my first 6 steps, and just last week, just slowly trying to progress to get out of a wheelchair.
So I went
from working at a hospital, cleaning 6 to 8 buildings a night, to being completely disabled.
Dang, man, I'm so sorry. I mean, so this is the COVID-19 associated neurological sequelae. So these are things that are associated with the COVID-19 infection: ischemic stroke, hemorrhagic stroke, encephalopathy, brain fog, headache, depression, anxiety, sleep disorders, and seizures. So these are all things that are all associated with COVID, because COVID can be a neurodegenerative disease, and it's not necessarily just, we don't understand the mechanisms yet of how it is, but I mean, people have SARS-CoV-2 latent infections that have caused a lot of neurodegenerative disease.
Okay. So you think maybe I was probably sick whenever I wasn't sick the first injection, and that I had caught something?
Yeah, it sounds like you might have been at the concert or whatever, and had a big dose of a viral load or something, or maybe 2 days, maybe a day or two before, and then it just hit then, and then it kind of like triggered that kind of stuff there. Because
Yeah,
it
that's
takes
why I
about
was. Go ahead.
it
I'm
takes
sorry.
about like 1 or 2 days for it to be um, to have the viral load go in exponential growth. So I would say like the exposure was probably 1 or 2 days before. Maybe you're indoors with someone that really had SARS-CoV-2 really bad, because you can have SARS-CoV-2 and then COVID-19. So SARS-CoV-2 is like HIV, COVID is like AIDS. Not everyone that has HIV develops AIDS the same way. So, someone might have been asymptomatic, so they didn't have symptoms of COVID-19, but they had a lot of SARS-CoV-2 viral load. Maybe they coughed in your face, or maybe you're working and they had SARS-CoV-2, and then it transferred to you, and then it triggered this.
Yeah, well, I mean, like I said, I was custodian, and one of my places I cleaned was the drive-through testing spot for COVID.
Oh my gosh, dude. That's
So I mean, I
awful.
was carrying the bags of the trash out with,
Oh,
and
bro.
they weren't supplying us with the M3 masks
Oh
down
my
here in
gosh,
Southern
dude.
Illinois like they were supposed to. We had to use the same mask all week long,
Oh my gosh, dude.
and
I'm so
then they come
sorry,
up
dude.
and then they come up and tell me take this shot or else, and then I took the shot, and then
Probably saved your life,
I
dude. I'm telling you,
and
probably
then
saved
I
your
woke
life.
up at a hospital with a broken arm, and my kid and my wife laying on the floor sleeping, telling me that the concert, because we missed the concert completely, which that
Yeah,
ain't
yeah.
important, but it would have been nice to see Korn live one more time,
Bro,
but
I'm
I
so
didn't sit through
sorry.
2 country concerts, but yeah, my heart stopped twice. They broke 2 ribs, bringing me back with 300 joules. I had 2 broken ribs. I had 6 pins put in my shoulder because I tore my labrum, 7 centimeters. Now I have a thing called time lapse, and where I'm talking to someone, and I forget how long time slippage is what they said when they did my evaluation for my disability. And I got I had to get disability. They took my license from me now because I'm seizure positive, so I've lost my ability to reach out and do anything. On top of all of that, it was just a 1-2 slam, and then I'm supposed to not be depressed. And I do have it. They put me on uh, uh, they put me on Valium to reduce anxiety and they said that would help with future seizures because my head now feels like it sits inside of a fish bowl, and I lose my balance constantly, which makes me a fall hazard. I've been to the hospital 3 times this year by ambulance,
Oh man, I'm
just
so
trying to get
sorry.
up to go to the bathroom and back. And trying to use a wheelchair, and I have to have someone with me at my house at all times, or they're going to put me in a nursing home, and I'm only 48 years old.
Bro, oh my gosh.
I mean, when I came on here, it wasn't I'm an anti-vaxxer. Someone on there said you're lying. I'm like, well,
No,
I'm really
dude.
not lying.
No,
You can hear it
that's
in my voice.
no, bro. It sounds like, especially think about it, dude. You were exposed to an insanely high viral load of COVID-19, of SARS-CoV-2, because you were working at there with no PPE, proper PPE. You got an insanely large viral load of SARS-CoV-2. The dude, the vaccine probably saved your life, man. Like legitimately. I mean, because if there, like long COVID, I'm looking at, like, there's tons of papers, the long-term neurologic outcomes of COVID-19, talking about all these different types of array of neurological disorders. And um, I think that's such a shame. That I'm so sorry that you're the person that I think about when I'm thinking about these frontline workers and these public health workers that were putting their literal bodies and their health on the line, man. And these people that weren't social distancing, they weren't getting the masks, they weren't getting the vaccine, and they put people like you at risk. And and I am so sorry, dude. I feel for you, brother. I'm so sorry.
I truly appreciate it. I mean, like I said, I just wanted someone who had an education you know, because like my mind just now bounces everywhere. I
Yeah.
can't keep a straight thought for
Yeah.
very long. Whenever I stay focused on something, it's hyper focused and then gone
Yeah.
after and I just wanted to talk to someone who had it together, who could stay together and maybe and give me a better explanation than what my neurologist said,
So
who
Barry,
just told me
you went underneath the water again. It's hard to hear you, but I would look into long COVID clinics. Like talk to your neurologist and say like I'm interested. I think that I might have long COVID. We don't understand the mechanisms yet, but it seems like it's long COVID, man. You're hitting all of the telltale signs. So long COVID is triggered. I just want to be clear, just so that we're clear. Long COVID is from a COVID infection. It is not from the vaccine. So the vaccine is not capable of replicating inside of your body. The actual COVID disease and the SARS-CoV-2 virus are. And that's what differentiates it. So you might actually have a latent SARS-CoV-2 infection inside of your body, and that might be what's causing this still. So I would look at a long COVID clinic and talk to them about that. It's unfortunately, man, there's not any long COVID still being studied, and in about 10 to 20% of people that have serious COVID-19 symptoms develop long COVID, man. So you're not alone in that. A lot of the country has brain fog. They're triggering neurological disorders. There's a mom on here whose kid has vertigo and hearing loss because of long COVID. You know, it happens to a lot of people, and people minimize SARS-CoV-2 and COVID right now, but there's a very real risk of long COVID still. And I just, your case, man, it breaks my heart that you were so selfless and you were putting yourself out there. I feel so bad, man. Yeah, thank you for your service, man. Thank you for going out there and for the community, for public health. And, that's so awful, man. I'm so sorry, dude.
I appreciate you taking the time to talk to me.
Yeah, brother. Anytime. And you want to come on here anytime, any update, you feel better or anything happens, okay? You're always welcome to be here.
Okay, thank you, sir. I appreciate your time. It's valuable, and I feel better just hearing someone treat me like a human.
Yeah, brother. Yeah, I hear you, man. I'm so sorry for what you went through, bro. I'm so sorry, man.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
All right, Barry. Keep us informed, okay? Come back, all right?
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks, man. Man, Barry's a hero, guys. Barry's one of the public health heroes that we don't talk about, that we don't care enough about in our society. We don't lift people like Barry up. That's the problem. People minimize the pandemic. They minimize these deaths. They minimize the pain that people go through. Exactly what Barry's going through. Barry is a hero. And we recognize you, Barry. We appreciate you. It's awful, man. It's awful. Okay. That's so sad. Okay, inactive Suzanne. It's awful, man. I appreciate you, Barry. Inactive Suzanne, how's it going?
Hi, can you hear me? I'm using AirPods and they usually say
I can hear you.
that's a problem. Okay, great. But hi, thanks for having me up. I was going to kind of just add on to what people were talking about earlier with grant funding.
Yeah.
A lot of
Cool.
people don't understand compliance. I work in healthcare compliance consulting, working with all the experts, specifically with behavioral healthcare, but I also work in ambulatory care centers and things like that as well. But all of the compliance factors that go into all of these intricate grants and projects and things that are going on, people don't really grasp that idea because it's so abstract. And if you're not in it, which
I'm sorry. Politicamente. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Inactivate Suzanne. I'm so sorry. Politicamente, you are the healthy person that should have gotten vaccinated and socially distanced so people like Barry didn't have his disease. that you are exactly the type of person that you hurt Barry. So yeah, you are absolute pussy for not getting a vaccine, and you did public harm to people like Barry. So get with it, bro. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Suzanne.
No, you're totally fine. It's your comments, man. I don't know. Sometimes I just there's some people in there.
No, it's we
Um,
don't ban people that for opposing opinions, and we allow everyone to be in here, and that's I want that, and because this is an open space that people can get better and they can learn, and we give people the chance to be better, but we absolutely have to combat this misinformation and disinformation, and we've been coddling this anti-vaccine group way too long, and people need to speak
mhm.
truth to power to them and say, like, the enough is enough. Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, 100%. I completely agree. Um, and it is right. I mean, with all of the problems that are going on right now, I think we just let it slide and everyone just turned a blind eye and was like, they're just going to be them over there. But
Hmm.
now it's starting to bleed into our lives and everybody we
Exactly.
know and care about's lives. And it's like, there's no more. Like when we think about what happened at the Catholic school with the children, I, don't want to get censored and all of
Yeah.
that stuff. I said it out loud at a bus stop when somebody asked me why the flags were at half mast, and I was like, I think it's because all of these children were unalived, and
Yeah.
people were around me, and there was children around me, and it's like we got to say it for what it is, because if we don't, then we're gonna continue to just decimate our entire population in multiple ways.
Hmm.
But
Yeah, exactly.
yeah,
I mean,
so
they're gonna thoughts and prayers measles now. You know what I mean? Give me a
mhm,
break, man. I mean, it's just that there has to be some type of, place that we make a stand, and vaccines are such an obvious thing for public health. For, we're talking 5 million lives
mhm,
globally a year. We're talking about over 30 diseases. We're talking, just 4 million kids a year, that
mhm.
would die if we didn't vaccinate, guys. So, like, this is real. We're talking 300,000 people in the United States that died because of vaccine hesitancy. So these are, like, it's patriotic to get vaccinated, guys. It's patriotic to care,
Mhm.
and defend public health. So yeah, it's big.
There was a user on here that said our vaccines worked too well, because
Yeah.
we forgot what happens if we don't have vaccines and if we don't have science. And there was another creator that talked about what our life expectancy was, and
Hmm.
they ate healthy and it was natural and everything was whatever, and they lived until they were 45. But it wasn't until, or something like that, but it wasn't until science was brought in that we started to live until 70 and 80 and 90 and sometimes
Exactly.
100. Like that is all because of science, but people, they just don't, they can't grasp it.
Yeah,
It seems
exactly.
that way. And all of the propaganda doesn't help. But
Exactly. I think the social media, the conspiracies are easy ways to understand complex problems. And what happens is that people get sucked into these conspiracies because, oh, I don't have to learn about virology. Lab leak is
mm,
real. Oh, I don't have to learn about, the earth and all that kind of stuff. Flat earth. It's just a simple and
mhm,
easy way to explain something without people doing the hard work of actually trying to learn. And it's harder to learn about molecular biology or population genetics. But these things exist, guys. Like, and that's part of the reason why I had this channel, is to try to make sense of these complex topics in science, and show, like, what is going on. And I do think that science genuinely has a bad history of not having good
mhm,
science communication, right? We have just rested on our laurels and said the publications speak for themselves, and they haven't, right? They haven't helped people understand these complex topics, and
yeah.
hopefully, like, that changes in the future, and I can be your science friend where you ask questions and we can, we can go through, and if I don't know it, which I don't know a lot, guys. I know very, very little. I don't. I'm just here. I like to learn, though. So if you don't know something and I don't know something, we can learn together. If I do, we can talk about the source and we can talk about the science. But I don't know a lot. You know what I mean? I'm not like
Yeah.
some big genius that knows everything. But and everyone else isn't. Like expertise exists, guys, and it's okay not to know something. Like
Mm-hmm.
and this is another thing with social media. Everyone has to have a hot take. Everyone has to have their thing, their opinion on something. It's okay to say I don't know. It's okay to say, you know what, I don't understand this thing, but you know what, this expert that's dedicated their life to it, that they believe it, so I'm gonna trust them a little bit. It's the same thing with your mechanic, right? For your car, you're not gonna go say, oh, you think that that's the reason why my car is malfunctioning? Well, I'm just gonna ask some random person that doesn't know anything about cars what the problem with my car is, right? You're gonna ask another mechanic. You're gonna ask another expert about it. And that's what it is. That's what expertise is, and expertise exists.
The smartest people recognize that they don't know very much.
Exactly. That's the Dunning-Kruger effect. I try to explain expertise as like expertise is knowing something to the point that you know and you figure out that you know nothing about that subject. That's what true expertise is. So it's just a lifelong mindset of learning. You're never going to be full, right? Of learn. I've learned all the things. It doesn't
There's
exist,
always
guys.
more. There's always more, and there's always going to be more.
Exactly. And that's
Um,
why we have this channel. That's why we have this space where people can ask questions and be wrong, and it's okay. And we graciously I'll sit here and answer questions for hours if someone is willing to actually engage, and that's okay. I like it. I enjoy those conversations genuinely.
yeah, 100%. One other thing that I was going to mention that's not vaccine related, but
Okay.
food, food related in terms of fermented and probiotic rich foods and the
Okay.
positive impact that they have on our bodies that counteract um, more of the toxins that we might ingest
Okay.
as well. Do you know much about any of that? Or
Yeah, I mean, the gut microbiome has a huge impact on actually the how the gut is connected to your brain is a huge area of microbiology research right now. Don't
Mhm,
really understand it entirely well right now, but the
mhm,
idea is that you want basically a rich and thriving gut microbiome, because it impacts your, like I said, your mental health, but then also things like your immune system and things and stuff like that. So um the big problem with like prebiotics and probiotic stuff is that it's basically just yeast food. So it's just like yeast. It's called yeast lysate, which just means that it's just a yeast cell that's been popped open. So like imagine you have a Lego and you build a Lego, and then you just like have all the Lego pieces that you undo, and you feed that to your gut. The problem with that
mm,
is that it's simple ingredients that are going to be digested really easily and quickly in the gut, in the stomach, and at the very beginning of your large intestine. So, I mean, small intestine. Sorry. Um, so the problem, what you really want to do is you actually want to have like cultured stuff that actually has actual bacteria or yeast in it. So cultured yogurts, like
mhm,
kefir is like another one.
mhm.
Um, uh,
Kimchi,
Psyllium husk, yeah, kimchi, psyllium husk, all these things like will
miso.
actually like increase your gut diversity, and they're actual those yeast, right? So they're gonna die and they're gonna deliver that yeast lysate anyway. So you gotta
Mm.
you gotta eat actual microbial cultures. That's the big thing, and then we'll figure out kind of like more and you know yeah, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I think a lot of these anti-vaxxers, what they bring up is and I mean RFK too, is the increase of autoimmune disorders and
Hmm.
diseases.
Yeah,
And we keep looking at big pharma, which yes, it's a problem, when you have corporations running things and we have a for-profit healthcare system.
for sure.
Um, but we also have to consider the foods that we're putting in our bodies, the hot Cheetos and the Lays and the I was gonna say sun chips, but I don't really know if those are bad or not.
Mhm.
Being big contributors to these autoimmune disorders that are popping up and ravaging certain communities, I guess it seems like is what RFK is saying.
Yeah, I
But
mean, my opinion on that is like those aren't necessarily poisonous in and of itself. It's just that processed foods make it easy in order to eat food all the time. and you have
Yeah.
like more and more processed foods means that you're going to be less satiated for the same amount of calories. It's not going to have that
Mm.
filling fiber that actually like makes your gut happy, and then also it's not satiating, so you don't feel full. So you can eat 1,000 calories of Cheetos really easily, but 1,000 calories of carrots, how many pounds of carrots is that? You're never going to be able to do that. So that's what I would focus on in general. I try to in my health in general, I try to eat like 200 grams of protein a day. So that's like a protein shake. It's like a protein bar. Those are all ultra processed foods. Okay. So that, I eat about 100 grams of protein of just ultra processed foods. And then between my lunch, my breakfast, lunch, and dinner, then I just break it up with, about 30 to 40 grams of protein at a meal, which is all you can really assimilate anyway. So you can only assimilate 30 to 40 grams of protein. So that's kind of like why, fasting and stuff, like one big meal a day, if you had 200 grams of protein a day in one meal, you're not going to be able to assimilate that. You're just going to defecate it all out. So that's why you want to space it out, and you want to, you just want to eat your protein, and that'll fill you up. That's really that's the key to me. Like eating your protein and eating some fiber will fill you up, so you feel satiated, so you won't actually want to snack all the time. Hey Barry, thank you, man.
Snacking constantly.
Yeah.
Yeah. But sorry. Yeah, no, those are just a couple of things that I wanted to come up and chat about. One is
Okay.
the compliance concerns, or there's so many different avenues for grants and funding and projects and things like that, that it's just so many people that it needs to go through, and so much oversight that they just don't understand because they don't see it. And then they use well, this, and that this is what's going on, that's going on, and then you ask them to prove it, but they can't prove it because
Yeah,
they
exactly.
aren't pulling it from anything. So,
Very
but thank you.
conveniently. All
Yeah,
right. Well,
no,
thank
for
you,
sure.
Inactive Susan. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for popping on. I appreciate you.
Of course. Have a good night.
Now, you too. Bye.
Thanks. Bye.
All right. Here are, and then Almighty Fushi.
Hi, can you
Hi,
hear me?
Kara. How's it going? Yeah.
Good. I just wanted to tell you my experience with the COVID vaccine. I never had COVID. I was tested multiple times for it. I got the Moderna. 2
Okay.
weeks after the Moderna, I had to have emergency surgery for pancreatitis.
Okay.
I was at the time I was 36.
Okay.
I had no past medical. I saw the doctor once a year for my physical. That's it. I got the COVID vaccine, had to have emergency surgery 2 weeks later, went in for my checkup after the surgery, and the doctor looked at me and he goes, "Did anyone ever tell you that you had high blood pressure?" I said, "No, it was fine while I was in the hospital." It was 240 over 80 something. I'm 5'6", I weigh 140 pounds. I never had any medical issues whatsoever. After that surgery, I then got tested for COVID. I didn't have COVID. My doctor reported my injuries to the government. I ended up having to go to multiple specialists. The cancer doctor they sent me to, because they thought I had cancer, because my D-dimer and my CRP were the highest the cancer doctor in Gainesville, Florida had ever seen outside of a hospital setting. It's still high, like through the stratosphere. They don't know why. I had multiple MRIs. I had a CAT scan because they thought for sure I had tumor somewhere. Something. I had now have been diagnosed with fibromyalgia, Hashimoto's, what else? High blood pressure. I'm trying to think of what else I've got. I now have to go to the Mayo Clinic. The only thing that I did was get the Moderna shot. That's the only thing I did, and I got it because my dad, who was 80 something at the time, his doctor kind of browbeat me into it.
Yeah, it's not gonna
So my
it's not
dad,
gonna sit around like and be like in your system for that long. It's gonna the RNA is gonna be eaten by our polymerases. The lipid nanoparticle is gonna dissolve. Like it's not gonna be able to replicate in your body and cause things. And I've just looked at COVID pancreatitis, and there are like some literature reviews, and they're talking. There people are studying how these COVID infections could cause pancreatitis. So again, like it sounds like you
I
might
had to
have
have my
just
gallbladder removed. I never had
okay,
gallbladder problems.
okay.
Just out of the blue.
All right. Well, I mean, there's lots of like confounding medical things that can happen. You know, I think that I don't think that necessarily it was necessarily caused by the by the vaccine, but
Explain how all that happened just because after only been to the doctor once a year. I had to get it because of my dad. And once a year I went to the doctor. Even my doctor was like, she goes, I'm going to report this because
okay.
there's no other explanation for everything that's happened to you.
But you know how like the other caller, like you can have a lot of COVID-19, long COVID can cause a lot of cascading effects that we don't understand. A lot of
I never had
systemic
COVID.
issues.
I never had COVID. I got tested multiple times.
You might have had a latent infection. There's a lot long COVID. You're not necessarily having that like the SARS-CoV-2 virus in your your spit or something. Like you can have a latent infection.
My 84-year-old father never had COVID. We were going out to the diners and stuff. I mean, because Florida, we didn't have to wear masks. At the very beginning, we did.
It sounds like you were exposing yourself to a lot of SARS-CoV-2, and you could have not been testing correctly. It could have been a false negative test.
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm not buying it. Yeah,
okay.
nah.
All right. Okay. All right.
Thank
I'm sorry
you.
that happened to you. I'm sorry that happened to you, but it doesn't align. I mean, the COVID.
Yeah, no,
people
I
are
won't get the
researching.
booster. That's for damn sure.
Okay. All right. That's fine. All right. But all the research is saying that it's more likely the COVID, the actual virus, rather than the vaccine. So that's what the science
I
is
mean,
saying.
I'm not an anti-vaxxer, if that's how I'm coming off. I'm not.
No, it's
I don't
fine.
agree with RFK.
Okay.
I think, the measles and stuff, I had the mumps as a kid. I don't agree with what they're doing in Florida right now. That's where I live right now.
Okay.
But the COVID vaccine, yeah, no.
Okay. It's safe. It's the safest vaccine that's ever been developed. 6 billion dosages.
Then why is the guy that developed the Moderna shot saying don't get it?
That's not
And
true.
he wished he had never
That's not true.
developed it.
No, that's not true. That is not true.
I watched the video of him.
No, you're talking about Robert Malone, and he is not the one that developed it. That's a misinformation video. He didn't
Who's Robert
develop
Malone?
it. He's the guy that you're talking about.
Okay, and what did he have to do with it?
He did a study in 1989, and it has nothing to do with what the vaccine that actually got delivered. It's completely different. He delivered RNA of a GFP molecule, which is a green fluorescent protein.
It changes your DNA.
No, it doesn't. No, you're
Well,
watching.
I guess my friend that
documentaries.
has a PhD in biology is wrong then.
He is wrong. It doesn't change your DNA. It doesn't. It's an RNA molecule. How is it going to change your DNA?
I don't know. I don't have a degree in that, but
it doesn't.
I'm sure he would come on here and debate you on it.
He can if he wants. I mean, there's no studies to show that. It's wrong. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well,
I'm the one that's telling you the truth.
I'm living proof that damn shot really screwed up my life.
I'm sorry.
I've been sick ever since.
It's probably not, though. It probably isn't.
I disagree. Thank you.
Okay. All right, bye. I'm sorry you got sick. Yeah, guys, if you have adverse side effects from COVID and you got the vaccine, there's a good chance that the vaccine actually saves your life. So if you get a COVID infection, there's a good chance that the vaccine actually keeps the viral load low enough that you don't develop neurological disorders or side effects that could actually kill you. And that's the thing, is that these people with severe COVID, long COVID symptoms, most people got the vaccine. Okay. So most people that are going to be sick are going to have the vaccine, but, and you could still have a COVID infection even if you got the vaccine, right? But it tempers down your viral load so that you don't have a severe overreaction and die from COVID. So people that have these long COVID symptoms, it's horrific and it's sad, and in people like that, it does happen. But we don't know the other world where maybe they lose their life, unfortunately. So that's just the reality of it, and that's what the science says, guys. That's what it is. Almighty Fushi, how's it going?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
So I don't know, like I really enjoy like, tuning in. Like I usually have you playing while I'm on like Warhammer or something.
Oh, cool.
But so I sometimes I really do feel bad because it sounds like they're rage baiting you, but like sometimes it starts to bother me because it's like how you just said, like all of these people, you said there were 6 billion doses, right?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even know that. That's an insane amount. But it's like, but XYZ happened to me. But you ever notice that every NFL player that suffers a career-ending injury was wearing a helmet? It must be the helmet, right?
I know, yeah, exactly. Every fire has a firefighter at it. Doesn't
No,
they?
exactly.
It might be the firefighters that are starting the fires. But don't they have an incentive, a profit incentive, in order to make all these
Oh,
fires?
for sure, for sure.
So it's like it can be, and what's increasing with the rates of autism, the amount of Google Chrome usage. So it's
Oh,
like,
exactly,
so you
exactly.
can conflate a lot of statistics, a lot of variables, and it's not like people are victims of misinformation, guys. They're the victims of the misinformation. It's the people that I truly disdain are the people that are making that documentary that
Oh,
person's
for sure, for
watching,
sure.
and now they think that all these things are false, and they watch these things, and it's really highly edited. It has good production values, and so guess what? The people believe it, and it's really unfortunate. And
That is true. Like I've actually seen a shocking amount of like the misinformation videos. Like when I was a teenager, they were like, like low quality YouTube, but these people are in actual legitimate studios now. They
mhm,
have scripts, they have entire production crews making this stuff. I don't even know why. I don't understand what they gain, well, money, but
mhm,
like in the long run it's nonsense. But what really like scares me is like obviously like you go to college and like you learn like science and you learn things, and typically like what they'll tell you is, when you make a claim, like the onus of evidence is on the person who makes the claim, right? But every time somebody comes up here and says XYZ is true, the vaccine isn't real, they're always like, prove me wrong, and that
mhm.
just blows me away. So you're telling me something and I have to explain to you why you're wrong. I don't even know what to say.
Yeah, I mean, this is why like anecdotal evidence is really tough, guys. I mean, so
No, for
basically,
sure, for sure.
this is what VAERS is. So the VAERS is the Vaccine Adverse Events Reporting System. So it's a compository of all these adverse side effects, and in order to actually have a verified adverse side effect, you have to have all the information there, and researchers go in and make sure all the confounding variables are there, so it can actually be studied, and then they do study it. So we see whether or not these adverse side effects, which is then linked to like a legit claim. And we have, this is where the myocarditis thing came from. Actually, it came from VAERS, where researchers did look at that and found that the Johnson and Johnson was linked to an increased rate of myocarditis. So, and Johnson and Johnson, they pulled it because vaccines aren't even that profitable for them. The government pays and buys in bulk at such a small profit margin that these companies just, they don't, once that came up, it's just not even worth fixing the problem. And I mean, that's a win, right? That's the whole point. We found a adverse side effect, and we found it, and we culled it, and that's it,
You
right?
would think that would be sufficient, right?
Exactly. I mean, and this is what I was talking about at a video today. It's like the hyper accountability for science, the every step of the way scrutiny of science, but yet the conspiracy people have been wrong at every step of the way, every single time. The lab leak completely debunked, no positive science evidence to prove it at all. The hydroxychloroquine debunked, ivermectin debunked, and it actually hurt people because people were ingesting so much horse paste they're actually going to the hospital.
Good grief.
And then they had the mass deaths from the vaccine at 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, all debunked. All microchips in the thing, obviously not true. You're going to be magnetic after you have the vaccine, not true. But what happens is that you still have people like Joe Rogan, King Disinformation Agent, telling
He's the
you,
worst.
no, we were actually right the entire time. It was actually science that was wrong. And there's nobody, we have the vilification of Fauci, we have the politicization of public health, and then now all these people were saying, "Oh, I'm not anti-vax, I'm anti this vaccine." And then now where are we at now, guys? Where are we at now? That was obviously never true, right, Nick? Because now it's obvious that they don't care about vaccines. They're anti all vaccines, and a lot of them don't even believe that viruses are real because they've slipped into this conspiracy hole. And now everything is just so much easier to explain with a conspiracy, and they already believe that lab leak is real. So maybe all viruses are created in the lab. And now we're sliding down this hole of our public health, and millions of people might die every year, because of this. I mean, it's just it's asinine, guys. We have to do better. We have to step back. We have to do the hard work of actually learning how things work, not just dribble in these awful conspiracies that don't get us anywhere. They don't gain any new knowledge. They don't have any actual new technology. Like what is the new technology that RFK is proposing to better vaccines? If he's not anti-vax, what is he proposing?
I'm going to take away X.
Exactly.
I am proposing nothing.
Exactly.
As an improvement. That I've honestly never seen anything like it. Well, I don't know if anyone here has, but like I guess I would say my question is this, right?
Yeah.
It's so obviously we see now people are, completely accepting anecdotes because, like I said, for me, even if somebody does come with an anecdote that X did X, whether it's true or not, that's still not proof of anything, because anecdotes are anecdotes, law of averages, as they say. But it's starting to feel like these anecdotes, whether they're true or not, are starting to become, more relevant than any data or any studies we have, and that's kind of frightening to me. And I know this is one conspiracy theory I have. Like, part of me feels like some of this stuff has to be psychosomatic at this point.
Oh, for sure. 100%.
Yeah,
dude.
people got to have anxiety about this stuff.
I totally think that this is real, man. Think about it. Myocarditis, they're having many panic attacks. They have people in their head going, "Bro, you took poison. You're gonna get sick.
Exactly.
You're gonna get sick." And people are like, "Man," and my analogy was like, yeah, like imagine going to a party and having, you're feeling fine, and then all of a sudden your friend goes, "Man, I feel a little weird after eating that salsa. Isn't that kind of like a little weird?" And then you feel your stomach immediately starts to feel a little queasy, and it's like, yeah, like you're gonna feel a little bit way. So they're having little mini panic attacks, and now that's where, and myocarditis is a temporary thing, a temporary rise in blood pressure and problems with your heart and all that kind of stuff. So, and it goes away just like a panic attack does. So, I think it is psychosomatic, absolutely, and I think it's just sad, man. I think it really is sad.
Yeah, but keep doing what you're doing. Like these are great streams. Like I'm always tuning in, but like definitely thanks for the science communication. People definitely need it. So
Thank you,
yeah, just
brother.
keep on doing what you're doing, man.
Thank you, man. Good luck with your Warhammer. Are you painting the figures? Or are you doing?
Oh no, I'm playing the video game.
Nice. Okay, sick. All right, sick, man. Well, I appreciate you. Thank you for supporting and jumping in.
Have a good one.
All right, see you, man. Have a good one.
Later.
All right, friend of the stream, NB Kami, how's it going? Friend of the stream, how's it going?
Doing well. How are you?
Good.
Awesome. I just wanted to kind of piggyback off of the conversation that was just happening. You know this, and like the people that know me in here know this, but probably half of the room doesn't know this. I came into this room, like the first thing that I thought when I saw Greg, I was like, this has to be a freaking joke. Like this man is a parody. Like, why would he be pushing people to get vaccines? Like, this is absolutely absurd. So I actually came into this room very like, not like hardcore anti-vax, but like, why would you do that? You know what I mean? And I myself, I've only gotten 2 of the COVID vaccines because I'm terrified of them. Still a little bit like, I would call it like vaccine hesitant. Very much so medicine skeptic. Didn't start taking medicine for mental health until my 20s. And like, to all the people on here that are like spitting all of this nonsense, for one, about Dr. Greg being paid by like big pharma, I understand the concept of big pharma that you're talking about, and Dr. Greg is not that, okay? If you want to talk about big pharma, you want to talk about scientists that are making millions, if not billions of dollars. We're not talking about Dr. Greg. I live in San Diego. Dr. Greg lives in San Diego. I know what San Diego looks like. People aren't making millions and billions of dollars and living in the parts of San Diego in which I suspect that Dr. Greg may live, okay?
North
Based
County.
upon like
Live in North
his
County.
videos. And I'm not being creepy, but I'm just being realistic, you know?
Yeah.
And then, you know, if Dr. Greg was big pharma, here's another big ticker for you guys. If you guys can't, you know, have common sense, why in the flip would he be on a TikTok live right now?
I started with 0 followers. If I was big pharma, don't you think I would have follow botted a little bit? You know, like how would they? It's like I started with 0 followers a month ago, guys. Like, what are you talking about? Oh, it's so funny.
So he would have nothing to do with that at the end of the day. He has a PhD in microbiology, right? And something that stuck out to me and something that made me instantly trust him as someone that does not trust a doctor. You cannot get me to trust a doctor. I just started trusting my psychiatrist. And the only reason I did is because Dr. Greg told me to. But Dr. Greg has done, like, if you go into his bio, if you take like 2 seconds and you use your brain cells and you go into his bio and you actually look at the work that he's done some killer work with algae and like cancer, which is like insane to me. If you just like look at it, and it doesn't take that long. You can like look over it for 5 minutes and you'll get the gist of what happened. It's like insane. Okay. And then, so when you're looking at the people that are profiting and that are actually like profiting off of medications that could be making people sick, I understand that sentiment, right? For the people in the comments, but Dr. Greg is not one of these people. So like put your ego down for a minute and like just listen to this man. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, and I'm 2 weeks on Lexapro, and I actually feel happy, and I've been laughing for 2 days. Yay!
Dude, I'm so happy for you. I didn't know if you wanted to talk about that on this account, but thank you so much for like posting everything, and I think it's so cool. You're sharing your journey, and yeah, I think it's incredible. I loved your necklace in that video, how it broke, and it was such a good analogy for how you were talking about how the necklace is going through a transformation, just like I am. And you were okay with it, and you were just like, you made peace with it, and you moved forward, and you were happy afterwards, and you're talking about how it was an anniversary that really got you down normally. And I thought, I was just like, it was a really impactful thing, because I've had my own troubles with mental health, and that's why I talk about it so much, and it leaves me vulnerable, you know, just like how you probably feel sometimes like talking about it. So I know it takes a lot of strength to talk about it. So I just want to thank you.
Yeah, and thank you. I mean, the work that you're doing is unmatched, right? Like, you're literally bridging a gap between people that have either been taught to not appreciate medicine or don't have the knowledge to appreciate medicine. And that's something that needs to be done, and it's critical to be done, especially right now when medicine is being taken away from people in various different ways, right? So thank you as well.
Exactly. And be calm, everyone. Friend of the stream. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. It's so cool. It's so cool. And Becoming is like one of the first streams like coming in, and such an awesome community member, and I appreciate them so much. Okay. Sweet Pickles and then CMT.
Hello.
Hi, Sweet Pickles. How's it going? I love Sweet Pickles as
Good.
well.
How are you?
I've
been in here once before.
Okay,
So what
nice.
I wanted to come up tonight and share actually is I would like to put out there that there's 2 really good books that I read back in the beginning of COVID. One of them is called The Shot That Saved the World, and the other one is called Codebreaker. And they both talk about the mRNA vaccines and how they were made. One is about CRISPR and how CRISPR was made. So it's really a great book for anybody to read. And it makes scientists seem normal because the books are about the people that worked on the projects. And so I really loved the books and I wanted to recommend them for everybody.
Cool.
Then the other thing I wanted to suggest, the other gal that you were talking to that was talking about her health and how she was so healthy and she only went to the doctor once a year and then she got the shot and 2 weeks later she said she had pancreatitis, then at the end she said it was actually gallbladder. What I want to put out there on that for people to understand that if you were listening to her is, first off, we don't know anything about her life. We don't know how she ate. We don't know how she exercised. We don't know what over-the-counter medication she was taking, all of those things. Just going to the doctor once a year, I honestly don't necessarily think is sufficient. You should at least have your labs drawn too and checked to look at all those kinds of things. So she could have had other health issues going on. There's lots of things that can stir up pancreatitis, and there's lots of things that can cause a gallbladder attack, like gallstones. So for the people that were listening to her, please, 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 please see a doctor more than once a year. Check your own blood pressure. I mean, you should, I never had high blood pressure my entire life. I always had low blood pressure. Then I started going into menopause, and then all of a sudden I have high blood pressure, like super high blood pressure. Go to the doctor one day and she's like, oh my gosh. And I'm like, I've never had high blood pressure. So please, things can change in your life that you don't know is going on. She was 45, maybe she was perimenopausal and having some stuff going on there and her blood pressure had been high. So people, please, please, please go to the doctor. Don't be afraid of them. They're not here to harm us. They're here to help us. Honestly, come on.
Yeah.
Why would your doctor want to hurt you? So I want to throw those things out there for everybody to hear. But that's just what I wanted to add. Read those 2 books. They're awesome.
Okay. Yeah. Cool. Codebreakers about Jennifer Doudna and that's so cool. I think it's such a cool thing. It's honestly incredible. If you're into science at all, or you're into biology, like the her 2008 paper about CRISPR is so cool. That's the one that actually broke and like kind of discovered it. And it's just such a cool paper because they have all the sequences and they're drawing it out and they're trying to understand like where these clustered regularly interspaced short polydromic repeats are and what they are, and they're naming it, and it's such a cool thing to do. And then Jennifer Doudna is one of my science heroes. So she was for so long making this case and making this argument for like bacterial defense mechanisms and why it's so important. We got to study this, and it's exactly the type of study, guys, that takes 20 years of background research in order to happen, so we can understand the fundamentals, so that we can actually make CRISPR later. And that wasn't until 2013, DiCarlo et al., Saccharomyces cerevisiae, she was studying it since the late 90s. And it's just incredible, her stick-to-itiveness and her grit. It's like, this isn't important. We have to study this. And dude, it's just, she's so cool. And
and I think part of the problem is in science, when those breakthroughs happen, we don't know behind the scenes what's going on. And I think that we need that put out there. I think that scientists need to come forward, maybe have more channels like what you do, and actually kind of put forth what is going on and what we're studying. Like my daughter in college, in just 2 years of college, it was just, I can't think of exactly what it is. But anyways, she was in a program where they were studying, trying to find the genome of mosquitoes. And her class actually did it. And there's a paper out there, and she was part of that. And it was
Oh, that's
awesome.
awesome.
And her class, they were collecting all the little mosquitoes and trying to, actually end up trying to get their genome. And they do that kind of stuff all the time. All the colleges all over the country in America, all our young scientists are doing stuff like that. That's where some of that money goes to.
Exactly.
And so they're learning as they're doing. And it's awesome. Yeah. And so we need to learn more about what's going on, and people don't hear that.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think like that, and that was my original impetus on like my science communication is basically it's all the cool shit that's happening in science that nobody tells you about. And I want to bridge that gap between like, guys, it's truly Star Trek level science fiction, the stuff that we do in the lab. You would not believe it. And that's the cool thing. That is what's so cool what's happening. Honestly, all this vaccine stuff, that we're like all wrapped up in right now. That wasn't the initial impetus of my channel, but it is what I found is have to be like the questions and the importance is how we are applying science to our lives. But that is why I try to bring science articles on and talk about that kind of stuff, because there is, hopefully you can bring some new science knowledge to yourself into your life that's outside of like the political stuff, right? Outside of what's happening with the Trump administration dismantling science, outside of like the politics era. And I would love to bridge that gap. So I totally agree.
Yeah, I think it would be awesome. So if science can do what you're doing and put some stuff out there and say, hey, this is what we're doing, maybe people wouldn't be afraid of science anymore. I think they're afraid, and it's the coolest thing in the world. I went to nursing school, got a nursing degree back in 2011, and the stuff I learned is just awesome. I love it.
Thank you for doing that.
So I wish I would have went more into stuff like that, but maybe when I retire from this job, I'll do something like that. Who knows?
Well, thank you for giving back to your community and being a nurse. I appreciate you. We love nurses here. It's true.
Anytime.
All right, Sweet Pickles, thank you so much.
We love science,
scientists,
so there you go.
Thank
All
you.
right, talk to you later.
Thanks for coming on. Bye.
Yep, bye.
All right, guys, have fun. That's so cool. Dude, it is so cool the amount. We had program managers in the chat. We got scientists. We got physicians. Just it's so cool the gamut that the community has here. I think it's so cool. I love when you guys come in and talk. I love those. Don't feel this is your space. You know what I mean? This is your space. So feel welcome, guys. You don't have to be an anti-vaxxer to request up. You know what I mean? You can be. You guys feel free to just talk about the cool things that you're doing. Feel free to the wins that you guys had in your week and what you're doing and how you're giving back to your community. Feel free to come on in. Don't feel like you have to be those guys. You know what I mean? Those guys. CMT. CMT, welcome to the show. How's it going?
Everybody hear me?
Hi.
How are you,
Good.
Dr. Greg? So I have, well, this is kind of weird, but I have a couple of questions. So I'm 62, very healthy, or used to be healthy. I'm not that healthy anymore. I got COVID in 2021. I had the vaccine later that year after I got out of the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
A couple of weeks after I had the Pfizer vaccine, my hand started shaking. There's no Parkinson's disease in my family. There's no anything. It's always heart, blood pressure. I don't take any medications. I don't smoke. I don't drink. I never did.
Mm-hmm.
And so I've spent the last years trying to get a diagnosis. They thought I had ALS. They thought I had Huntington's disease. They ruled out Parkinson's disease. They ruled out this. They ruled out that. And then I was diagnosed with long COVID because they didn't know what to do with me. They just said, you have long COVID. Yes, you have long COVID. We're very sorry. Yes, people do suffer neurological damage. I've got a tremor in my head. I have a tremor in my hand, which made me retire early.
Mm.
And then I've also dragged my right leg. Is it possible? I know that they throw everybody under long COVID, but is it possible that vaccines can trigger something? Now, when I'm asking this, it's two parts. I know for a fact that vaccines can trigger certain things, but is it something that you would have had an affinity to get in the future? Or could it actually bring on something that is not hereditary, that nobody knows where it came from, and they really don't know how to treat you?
So, I mean, the vaccine, so basically what you got injected with is a lipid nanoparticle covering an RNA molecule. So the RNA molecule is going to be translated into proteins. And once that RNA has gone to proteins, there's nothing else in it to replicate. So basically the RNA molecule is like fresh, like raw meat out in the sun. Like it's going to attract everything in order to decompose it. So there's tons of. It's really, really important and really. The RNA is not stable, is what I'm trying to say. RNA is inherently not stable. That's why they have to coat it with lipid nanoparticles. And lipid nanoparticles are basically just the phospholipids that make up the cell membrane. They just kind of put it in a basically kind of like a little sphere, and then they put the RNA in the center of it. So it's going to create those proteins, the spike proteins, and then it's going to degenerate, and then that's kind of it. So there really isn't anything to replicate inside of your cells. So that's why it's long COVID, because it's sometimes it's a latent infection. There's actually like wild long COVID videos now where you can actually see the capsid protein stains inside of brain tissue and stuff like that, where we're like figuring out like, wow, this SARS-CoV-2 can replicate a lot of different places that we didn't know about, like in the testes of men, for example, inside of so it's just SARS-CoV-2 can trigger a lot more long COVID neurodegenerative diseases than we previously thought, or that people even give credence to. And that's kind of the problem, is that people don't like respect it. And it's still kind of like, why would you get a booster nowadays? This is so ridiculous. And it's like, well, it's so that things that you don't get triggered, exactly what you're talking about, where 10 to 20% of people that develop COVID symptoms. So it's not everyone that's SARS-CoV-2 positive, right? SARS-CoV-2 and long COVID and COVID is two different things. So SARS-CoV-2 is the virus, COVID is the disease, just like HIV and AIDS. And if you develop COVID symptoms, 10 to 20% of people develop long COVID. So there's a lot of people just like you that are out there that are having neurodegenerative problems. And we're talking like vertigo, hearing loss, taste. They've never had their taste recover.
Yeah, my taste and smell never came back. Yeah, I lost so much weight. I suffered malnutrition and had to go into hospice. And they actually only gave me like a couple of months to live because I was so emaciated. But,
oh my gosh.
But I beat it, and I'm not in hospice anymore, and I have gained a little weight back. But I mean, I walk with a cane and a walker, and I used to swim 120 laps in the pool a day, and I can barely walk.
I'm so sorry.
I don't know. I can barely walk, period. So I was just curious because, and now I saw a neurologist recently. I went to Shands in Gainesville, and they diagnosed me with functional neurological disorder, which I think is another umbrella thing to say that we don't know why you have this, Miss Thompson. You don't have brain damage, is the way they explained it to me.
Yeah.
But they said it's not your hardware, it's your software. Your software gets a signal and it gets confused, and we don't understand why you have these tremors, and we really don't even know how to treat the tremors. And it's just been a very difficult, very, very difficult road, because you spend a great deal of time being gaslit and told that you're crazy. And then you spend a great deal of time trying to find help for something that's so new that nobody really knows what to do with you. It's been a very hard road. but I'm too afraid to get vaccines now because it's almost like my system is just aggravated. It's like everything since I had COVID is just heightened. I don't know. I have joint and muscle pain. I have skin rashes. I have ringing in my ears. I have headaches. I mean, it's just it's like invasion of the body snatchers. It's just been the most bizarre thing to go from really healthy to this. It's been a long road. Yeah. So I was just curious. I saw this on the live and I said, I'm going to ask Dr. Greg about this. So,
do you mind?
You feel like it was probably more COVID than the vaccine?
Yeah, I think so. Would you mind there's someone that's in the community that's a recent MD. So I'm curious, do you mind if I bring him in real quick just to ask you a question?
No, not at all.
Okay. Don't normally do this, but we do let experts come on, guys, and give panels to give them opportunities. But we're not debating here; we're just talking, and experts are allowed to come on. And so, Debate Talk, how's it going, man?
Doing well. How are you?
Good.
So part of this knowledge actually comes from my wife, who is also a recent MD grad. She's in neurology residency.
Okay.
Yeah, and she's dealt with a lot of FND patients, functional neurological disorder. And my only question is, like you said, and I actually think that was a fantastic analogy, the kind of software versus hardware.
Yeah.
That's terrific. And given that, they've found that, because there's nothing wrong with the hardware, there's not a lot they can do intervention-wise with regard to surgery, medication, things like that. What they found to be one of the more kind of helpful treatment modalities is things like kind of like psychotherapy, kind of cognitive behavioral therapy, trying to work on the software side more so than the hardware side. Have they talked to you about that? And
Yeah, they've talked to me about physical therapy. They've talked to me. They did this. There's a neurological test where they try to distract you to see if you stop tremoring. There's a name for it. I don't remember it, but I didn't stop. So he kept trying to distract me and get me to close my eyes and stuff. And he said that, that I probably will get some improvement with PT. He did ask me if I was abused, and I'll just tell this for the audience. Functional neurological disorder a lot of times happens to people that grew up in high stress, tension environments of severe abuse. And I think it kind of sets the brain up because, trauma changes the brain. And so I think that's not me. I didn't really, our family was, functionally dysfunctional, but it wasn't anything like that. So,
yeah.
I don't know. I can go to psychotherapy. I don't know what I'm really going to talk about other than the frustration with my condition, but
I don't know about exactly which kind of psychotherapy modalities are most effective for it. That's a little kind of beyond me.
I think it's cognitive. I think it's cognitive. Yeah.
Yeah. Something like cognitive behavioral therapy or something like that. More so than kind of the traditional sort of talk therapy. But I think PT could also be, hugely helpful. Kind of retraining that sort of mind-body connection.
Okay.
But yeah, if that's not something that they talked about, potentially hooking you up with some sort of cognitive behavioral therapy or whatever sort of psychotherapeutic modality is most appropriate, that might be something worth looking into.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. It's very kind of you to give me some tips and stuff. I still try to walk. I don't even know if this even makes sense, but this, in my mind, it makes sense. I just force myself to walk on the days that I barely can get out of bed, but I still do it because I'm so afraid I'm going to lose the ability to walk. I'm like, if I don't keep walking, and this is from somebody that used to be so active, I'm just so afraid I'm not going to be able to get out of bed one day. And I'm not ready for that. I'm only 62.
Yeah.
I'm not 82. So yeah, I'm not ready for that.
You got to be president in 20 years too. We got to get you up and going. You got to.
Yeah, we got a nice string of
I
oxygen.
wouldn't go into politics if you paid me $1 billion right now, because I would be in psychotherapy then, because I would lose my mind with how disingenuous it all really is.
I think you got to already have lost your mind a little bit to want to get into it. So
Yeah. Well, actually, my grandfather was in politics. He was governor of Georgia in the 40s, and I never, and I never ever wanted to ever be in it. I grew up in all that. It's way too crazy. It's not a good field. So, all right. Well, thanks, guys. I really appreciate it. And thank you for taking the time, and thank you for setting this up, Dr. Greg.
Oh, thank you. I mean, we have an awesome community of physicians and all these people in the chat that love to help, and that's just really cool. That cool opportunity. Thank you, Debate Doc, for coming on. I appreciate you, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, thank you, Debate Doc. I appreciate it a lot.
Yeah, for sure.
All right,
all right,
awesome,
thanks.
guys.
Bye.
Thank you, guys.
Right.
All right, guys. So cool. Thank you, guys. Thank you, CMT. Thank you, Debate Doc. That was awesome. Thank you so much. Real quick, Renee. Real quick, we got to do this or Craig gets mad at me. I'm supposed to do this every hour, and I do it. It's been 2 hours. So thank you guys so much to the last subscriber, 525,600 Chelsea's. Thank you guys so much to the top gifters. Thank you so much, Storm Chaser J, Ado, Melanie, Kathleen, Ducray, NB Kami, Cindy Rose, Donna, Jen. Thank you guys so much. Thank you to the top likers, 1 like, 100 like, or 12,000 likes like Ado. Thank you so much. Christy in Kentucky, Colette, Jen B. Well, NB Kami, Alina, Cindy Rose, Barry Allen, Atif Ali. Thank you guys so much. Please remember, the subscription is the #1 way you can help this show. Thank you so much for following and remembering to share too. It really helps us get out to all your friend network. Also, there's a link tree in the bio. Thank you guys so much. We got $100 gift last one. That was so nice. I really appreciate you guys. Also, my YouTube has been revamped, guys. It's not just an archive of the show, which there is an archive of the entire show if you want to watch the entire thing. But there's also the highlights videos of the 30, 45 minute, an hour long conversations that really go depth. The best conversations that we have. Also, in my link tree, there's all my publications. No paywall, so you can see what kind of scientist I am. And there's also in the link tree a Discord invite, so you can come in, talk science, and all the primary sources that we use are all there, so you can keep abreast of what we're actually talking about. Awesome. Now back to the show. Phew, that was close. Thank you guys so much for that. Thank you. Oh, Linda, that's so cool. Thank you so much, Linda. Thank you. That means a lot to me. Thank you. All right, Renee. Hello. How's it going?
Hey. By the way, it's not Renee. It's Renee.
Oh.
Let's see.
Nay. Of course.
Okay. So, I have a question and I have some thoughts, and I want, obviously correct me if I'm wrong about this.
Sure.
But I'm gonna have a little bit of background. I had pregnancy complications with my second child, and I was told by the perinatologist that pregnancy, because it is like your immune system is getting messed with, in order to have the baby and not get rid of it, that it's kind of like a window into your health future of what could possibly happen. And so I learned, I'm gonna have potentially vascular issues in the future. So I got to be on the lookout for that. With other people who have babies, it might, if they get gestational diabetes, diabetes is something to look out for in the future.
Yeah.
Or it's just something that it's just kind of letting you know. So there's that. Yes. Nurse Ansu. Yeah. So I was that's really interesting. So then my understanding, with the vaccine is, because the vaccine is training our bodies how to respond to the virus, that our bodies are responding to it, but it's not the virus that's doing something. It's that our bodies would already be having a response to that virus if it was like the full, if it was the actual COVID virus. I'm saying COVID virus already has it in it. But anyways, it would be so much worse. So I have like autoimmune issues now. And I don't know, I'm sure that I had COVID. I don't think that we had tests at the time or like any of that, but I got all the shots, all the boosters and everything. But I have developed autoimmune issues. And I've talked to my rheumatologist about this. Like, is this true? Because I've been hearing people say, the vaccine can cause the problems. And she was like, no, what it means is if you had COVID, then your reaction to that would be a lot worse than what it was if it was the vaccine. But really, it's not that the vaccine did it, it's that your body was primed already to have that kind of response. So I don't know if this is like a good kind of analogy, but that's just kind of what came to my head when we've been talking about this.
Yeah, that's an interesting like that's not cool, dude. You can get muted for the entire life for that. That's ridiculous. Yeah, I would say that I mean, I'm not a medical doctor. Obviously, I went through 4 pregnancies with my wife. I don't have anything to say regards to that, but I would assume that you're basically delaying or any type of reaction that you're going to have with the COVID virus. I would assume that it'd be worse if you're unvaccinated. They always recommended vaccines and stuff for my wife. Even when it was just out, like we had just gotten it out and people, we got it right away. So, I don't really know what to say other than that.
Oh, it was well after my child. It didn't have anything to do with my pregnancy. I'm just kind of relating the concept in my mind. Like, if your body is like if it's like predisposed to certain things, like I know actually I looked back in my past and I realized like, oh, okay, I've had other autoimmune issues like since high school. I just wasn't really like, I didn't, put it all together, but I am predisposed to develop like autoimmune disease. As well as my pregnancy issue. So good times for me. But yeah, that's all I'm saying. And like nothing to do with pregnancy and the vaccine, but just that the concept of, okay, it's not the vaccine that did it.
Yeah.
It's that my body, whether it was being trained by the vaccine or being trained by the real thing, would have a very bad response to it just because of what my body wants to do.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, that's like what the cytokine storms and stuff are, right? Where it's like
exactly, yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
cool.
yeah.
Well, not cool. I mean, sorry. That was
yeah. No, it's really interesting.
But, you know what I mean.
Yeah, it's really interesting.
Scientifically interesting.
But in that way, I feel like that can maybe put some people at ease to be like, okay, not that it's great or anything, but just kind of like it is what it is, and like the pandemic happened and we're not lucky to live during this time, I guess. But, I'm really thankful for the vaccine because that means that my body had a chance to, learn how to fight against it instead of the real thing. And maybe I wouldn't be alive if I hadn't gotten it. So
yeah,
that's all.
It's a true thing. And vaccines are such a small amount compared to the viral load of a real infection.
Right.
I mean, that it's just, and they tested it actually. That was one of the things in the studies that you can see. They tested different microgram amounts to see which gave the right immune response and that didn't overload the system. So they gave like, not the most that they could. It was like, the medium dosage because they didn't need to give any more. And it's just remarkable. It's just the little piece of RNA that can make a little protein. And so it makes sense that, like a huge virus infection with a huge amount of viral proteins are going to make a bigger cytokine storm, basically, a bigger immune response. And yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Cool. Thanks for sharing. I appreciate it. Renee.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
All right. Yeah, of course. Anytime.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right, Shauna.
Hey,
Hi,
hey,
Shauna. How's it going?
First of all, I just want to start by saying you are freaking gorgeous.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
You are. You're very fucking gorgeous. Yeah, so I'm just wondering, like, what your stance is on people that have had the shot, 1, 2, or 3. What you think about where they are now.
Good. I mean, you should keep going, like the flu shot and the COVID shot every year, and keep it up. And honestly, look through your vaccine cards, and if you don't have your vaccine card, try to get up to date with all your vaccines. So MMR,
Chick down
Tdap,
there,
all
hold
that kind
on.
of stuff.
Chicks down there said smiley faces probably because I said you're gorgeous. Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
But anywho, yeah. No, but I mean, what about like people that had no health issues
Mhm.
and then they had the shot and then things started changing? What's your opinion on that?
I mean, so a majority of people got the COVID vaccine, right? So you're gonna have you're gonna have people that died taking the vaccine or after they took the vaccine. You're gonna have people that have health complications after the vaccine. But what happens is, as scientists, we have to correlate those two events, like the actual mechanism of the vaccine itself to the adverse event, and
So
we
you're
know
saying
that
there's no real proof, right?
it's extremely rare. We're talking about on the order of about 1 in a million for side effects, which is like myocarditis or pericarditis, and then 1 in I think it's like 1 in 50 million for a death. It's like an extremely rare autoimmune thing that happens, and it's only with the first shot, and it's like we're talking in the order of like 150 million worldwide over 6 billion dosages. It's an insanely low amount.
I mean, I'm not sure if I believe that though.
Okay.
I mean, it just doesn't make sense.
Okay, why?
Because there's so many people that did not have any problems prior to and only got, I will tell you that I know people that were forced to get the shot because they were told they were going to lose their job, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how do you explain that?
Because I mean, you can still get a SARS-CoV-2 infection even if you have a vaccine, right? You can still have that viral particle into your system. You have 2 different types of immune system, the innate and then the adapted. So, it's not your immune system is going to still have its time in order to make the antibodies so you can have still a viral infection. And after you get the vaccine, you have a lower viral load, right? Because you have the antibodies that are attacking the SARS-CoV-2 infection inside of you. And then just like HIV and AIDS are 2 separate things, SARS-CoV-2 infection isn't always going to develop in COVID-19. But if it does, then it's going to have a lower viral load. So a lower viral load means that you have less of a COVID-19 death chance. So that's what we find. The data shows that people who had the vaccine were 10 times less likely to die. So there's a very, very, it's a huge disproportionate amount of safety that comes with it.
But how coincidental is it that I know so many people?
Mm-hmm.
Like, how is it so coincidental that people that had the shot, right?
Well, because
and
that's
then
just
things happened.
Coincidences. That's the difference between correlation and causation, and that's the difference between anecdotes and studies and science. So we can know that's why it's important to do the studies, and that's why we do it, and we don't allow anecdotes to steer public health. So, like, for example, like what's the correlation of people that die from COVID-19 and the amount of people that had smartphones. You know, we didn't have COVID-19 before, and we didn't have smartphones, but now everyone has COVID-19. Everyone has smartphones. You know, so it's like, well, I mean, stats
Well, I
and
mean, I don't
correlations
trust in
can be.
that. I think there's a whole lot. Yeah. Okay.
You know what I mean? Like you can correlate a lot of different things. Like firefighters are always at fires. Are firefighters causing all the fires?
That's not the same thing.
Yeah,
Not
no,
even by a long shot.
exactly. That's what I'm saying is
No,
that you
it's
can
not.
correlate. Exactly. That's my point, though. You can correlate two events that are completely unrelated. You can. That's what happens. Is a lot of times people will have like I got the shot, and then at the same time maybe they're going into Walgreens, which a lot of sick people go into there.
No,
So maybe
come on now.
they're getting the
I mean, I
SARS-CoV-2.
can't. I'm
They're
sorry.
okay. Well, that's what the science is, and that's why
No,
science is important, because
that's caca. It really is. It's
that's
caca.
okay. You can say that, but like 6 billion dosages, it is what it is.
Well, you're still really gorgeous, so thank you.
Okay, you can. I love if you kept watching, and it's totally okay, and I appreciate you.
I'm watching.
you
You're
know,
fucking cute as hell. Why wouldn't I watch?
All right, thank you. All right, well, I'm gonna rub off on you, and you're gonna come back, Shauna, and we can talk again. Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, promise.
Are you married?
Yeah, absolutely, happily, lovely married, lovely
Well,
wife.
hey, you never know.
But hey, I'm gonna rub off on you, and I'm gonna teach you about science, and we're gonna go through it together. Okay, I promise.
All right, babe.
Okay, bye. At 55, you guys got to see my stats, guys. 55 and older on TikTok. It's like 60% of you guys are 55 older. I don't know. There's like 5% of the TikTok audience is 55 and older, and like 60% of my audience is 55 years old and older, and like 65% of you are women. Okay. All right. We're trying to do real science here, okay? Science communication. All right. I appreciate you. You can just send me a sub, okay? If you're gonna send me, you can do that in chat. Just send me a sub, okay? That's all I ask. Is that all I'm asked? If that's why you're here, just give me a sub, please. Thank you. That's all I ask. Yeesh, y'all thirsty. Y'all thirsty. All right. Okay. AMD's 07998, Lori, and then Bluesman. I think we're gonna have to go 07998 to the end, just because you were just on. If that's okay. Sorry. AMDZ. Oh, IMDZ didn't join. Okay, he must have left right before I was gonna say that. Okay. All right. And they left, yeah. All right, Lori Ann. And then Bluesman. Okay, thanks, Charity. Thank you. Hi, Lori Ann. How's it going?
Hi, good. How are you?
Good.
So I had to go to the doctor today, and I did wear a mask because I
Nice.
always mask. I babysit 3 kids who bring home all kinds of germs, and I don't want to get them any sicker than they're already getting at school, so I mask when I go into a doctor's office. And then I left because now, thanks to Kennedy, I could not get my booster at the doctor's office. I had to go to a pharmacy.
That's great. Wait, I'm sorry. You got your flu though?
No, I got my COVID booster today.
Oh, boom. Nice. That's what I like to hear. I'm sorry. I just wanted to make sure I heard that. Nice.
I already had my flu shot for the year.
Well, you're 85. Well, you're 85. Thank you guys so much. Mava and chat. Thank you. 3, 2, 1. Yes. Ann. Doing your part. Thank you so much. Thank you for getting your booster. I appreciate you.
Well, I appreciate you. I just came across your account a few nights ago when I was having insomnia, and I was so happy to listen to someone who is science-based and fact-based instead of all this bullshit. I've lost 3 people that I love dearly to COVID.
I'm so
My
sorry.
brother's father-in-law and his husband both passed, and my daughter lost her half brother, who was
my
only
God.
32. So all these people in here saying, that the jab, it kills you, all that crazy shit. It was just so nice to come across your late night talks and hear you talk scientific and the facts, and I appreciate you.
Dang, thank you. I'm so sorry for your loss. I thank you for the kind words, though.
I think people like you are so needed to combat all the misinformation, and for you to take time. I'm sure what you do for a living takes it out of you, and for you to take time at night and do this, I think it's great, and I am grateful. So I just wanted to say thanks.
Thank you.
And
It's so
let
kind,
you
Lori.
know that I was masking today and got my booster, and now I'm just going to wait like a week or so to get. I'm going to get a pneumonia vaccine, and I'm going to get the shingles vaccine.
Good.
And I heard the shingles does knock you down for a day, so my doctor told me to plan for that. But
Good. I love it.
I've
Thank you.
had shingles before. I'd rather have the vaccine and be
Yeah.
sick for a day than get shingles again.
Make sure you have your other stuff up to date too, because of like the MMR stuff, especially with the measles.
She actually did blood work today to check my titer. Did I
Perfect.
say that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and
Nice.
my grandchildren are 13, 11, and 9, and they've all had their COVID boosters. And for everybody's saying that the kids are going to be sick and they're going to die. They're healthy as can be, and they're all dancers, basketball players, soccer players. They're fine.
Love it.
Their hearts are fine. So
A family that vaccinates together grows old together. You know what I
we're
mean?
all
Come on,
together,
guys.
right? Yes, we're all vaccinated. So yeah,
Amazing.
even I took my 88-year-old mother with me today, and she got vaxxed.
Oh
and
my
she's
gosh.
great.
That's your mother. That mean we count it. Direct family, we count it. So that's an 86. Dude,
Yeah,
thank you. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Lorianne's mother. Every single shot, every single time. Thank you so much, Lorianne. You are an advocate and someone in your community that's making a difference to keep everyone safe around you, and you're awesome.
trying.
Thank you so much.
All right, now one last thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's my birthday, so that I got my booster for my birthday.
Nice. Amazing. Happy birthday. This is the first
Thank you
vaccine
so
party
much.
with a birthday party. Happy
I
birthday.
know. I'm happy that I got through and got to celebrate my vaccine with you for my birthday.
Yeah, dude, that's so cool. Oh my gosh. That's so cool. I'm
All
so
that
happy.
you do. I
Thank
really
you.
I appreciate you so much.
Man. Yeah, everyone's so nice today coming on. I love celebrating your guys' vaccines and your boosters, and come in, guys. Come in like Lorianne did. Come on, let's all vaccine party together. That is so cool.
And
Thank you so much.
All the people in the chart saying, and then in the chat saying, here comes myocarditis. Well, I did just have a surgery, and I had an echocardiogram and everything, and I've never been healthier. My heart is great. I've never been
Good.
healthier. So
Yeah, the Myocarditis Foundation actually found that it's 600% more likely to get myocarditis from COVID-19 itself rather than the shot. So it's like
my best friend listened to all the hype. She didn't get it, and she got COVID, and she did get myocarditis. I've had 3 boosters plus the original shot, and guess who doesn't have any myocarditis? Me.
Man.
So yeah. So now my friend gets vaxxed, so we're good.
Good. Wow, you changed your mind?
I changed her mind, yeah.
Dude, what an you are. See, guys, this is what we're talking about. Rippling positive impacts in the community and people around you. Lorianne, you are a warrior, and you are an amazing person. Seriously, thank you so much. You are having a huge impact on the world around you. Thank you. Oh my gosh.
Trying to keep the people that I love safe. And I think you're having a huge impact. So thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Like I said, I have insomnia, so I scroll a lot at night, and just coming across and listening to you talk scientific and just the really reals and, debunking all the ridiculousness. I just appreciate it so much.
Thank you, Lorianne. You're so kind, and every shot, every booster, we're gonna celebrate you. So please come back and or pop in anytime. You guys, any of you guys are happy
You know
to
what?
come in.
I'll hit you back. I'll request in when I get my pneumonia and shingles to let you
Yes.
know if I'm suffering through shingles. So,
Absolutely. Please do.
I will.
Please do,
I will.
guys.
Thanks so
Awesome.
much, Doc. I
Thank you,
appreciate
Lorianne.
you.
Thank you.
Have a great night. Bye.
Dude. Happy birthday, Lorianne. Incredible. What a big person in our community, doing all that to keep people safe. And man, those are the ripples of positivity, right? Those just, oh, that's so cool, man. That is so cool. All right, Bluesman. Bluesman 0799 AMDZ, and then Ducray. What's up, Ducray? Oh my gosh, we gotta get to Ducray. Oh, someone left already. Bluesman, how's it going?
Hey, dude, how are you, man?
Good. What's up?
You're hot with the ladies tonight.
Oh man. Oh gosh.
Hey, take it while you can. We're all gonna be old. You're gonna be old someday. Trust it. Take it from the old guy.
Thank you.
No, I wanted to ask two things. So, you went through the RFK hearing.
I did
with the senators the other day.
Until I got the last 30 minutes we couldn't do because we got a misinformation flag. So, but on my YouTube is the first 2.5 hours. So
okay,
yeah.
Did your head explode? Did you see what you see? It's just I don't. How do we explain this? It's
I can't imagine.
The assistant.
I genuinely, yeah. I can't imagine how anyone can believe him when his answer to every single thing, to every single study, every single panel of scientists and physicians, every multi-longitudinal, multi-decade study is all, nope, you're lying. That is his answer to every single time. It's just nonsense. Like I don't understand how anyone can think that's scientific. I don't think how anyone can. It's not a serious person that engages with such a deep issue like that. Who just, you're lying. No, that doesn't exist. Like obviously it does, dude.
There's no room. He just doesn't allow any room for another point of view.
Yeah.
He's so dug into his own echo chamber of his worm-eating brain that he can't accept other information. I mean, they asked at one time like how many people were saved by COVID or how many people died of COVID. He doesn't know the answer.
No, but he knows exactly how many people died from the vaccine, and he thinks that it's more than actually that died from COVID. So how does he know that answer? And then also he thinks that Trump should get the Nobel Prize for the Project Warp Speed, but then also it was one of the best vaccines that's ever developed, but then also that it killed people. So why would you get a Nobel Prize for something that killed more people than the disease? Like, it's just sentence by sentence, he has no idea what he's talking about, and it just blows my mind that people think that this is someone that's knowledgeable or has their best interests at heart when he's obviously ideologically captured by Trump, one, and he has to just tout whatever Trump says. And then two, he's not scientific. He's not talking about science. He's not talking about studies. He doesn't talk about anything other than you lied. But I will say the biggest thing, and guys, this is why you don't watch the clips. You don't watch the highlight stuff. You watch the raw video and what we saw, and what I'm shocked at was that there's actual Republican senators that actually pushed back on him and said that, this is nonsense. Like what you're doing, you said that you were going to infringe on people's ability to get vaccines, and that's exactly what you're doing by making it not recommended. Now insurance providers and states are rescinding their recommendations to take it, and you're infringing on people's ability to get vaccines. And these Republican physicians are like, what are you doing? You are leading us into a death cult. Like, this is insanity. And they're actually were pushing back. It was actually really interesting.
I mean, the comment that he made when he was asked about firing the CDC director, and he said, "Well, I asked her if she could be loyal, if she would, follow the rules."
Exactly.
Like, I mean, just think about that for a second. That's his reply.
A loyalty
and
pledge.
He fired her for that reason, and they just put her in place 29 days before or something for, to take care of it.
And then he goes, well, last month you were voting against her, so why would it matter? And it's like, well, yeah, we were worried about her like bending the knee and not listening to anyone other than you, but it sounded like that's exactly what she didn't do, and that's why she got fired. So it's
exactly right. She was following the science.
Yeah,
she wants to follow the science. They don't want to follow the science.
And it's known. It's known. Like Trump literally signed an executive order that no science would be funded unless it personally agreed with his viewpoints. So his debunked conspiracy lab leak nonsense that he put out on whitehouse.gov. Whitehouse.gov has actual disinformation pushing on it right now that the lab leak was somehow true, which is it's not. There's not a single shred of scientific evidence that should say that the lab leak was real. There is a natural zoonotic spillover. All the population genetics prove it. Multiple science publications, we're talking about like dozens at this point, say that it was obviously a natural zoonotic spread, just like every other pandemic, people. Just like every other one, like SARS-CoV-1, like SARS-1, like MERS, like all these other pandemics that have existed. Like, come on, guys! Like, give me a break. They got nothing.
No, you're right. You're right. You're just what you're saying is 100% correct. It's there's just complete denial of it, and then this whole the anti-vax thing. It's you have to be fearful for America.
Yeah.
You have to be fearful for old, seniors, people who are most vulnerable especially with the vaccination issues. But how do you get them to believe? It's become entrenched in the messaging out there.
Exactly.
It's and the last person that you had person the other day, Dr. Greg, a flat earther.
Yeah.
Man, you were that's when we were changing to Republican.
Oh,
I don't know if you're
That's a Republican superpower.
Superpower. That's what.
Yeah, dude, that was so good.
You've had a good week, man. You've had a good week.
Yeah, it's been
right,
some good stuff.
Now, listen, you're good to talk to you as always. Bring someone up, have some fun, and
all right, man.
Maybe we'll solve some problems around here. See you, man.
Love it. See ya. Guys, I love it. Everything doesn't have to be contentious. I love you guys coming on. I appreciate it. Friend of the show, Ducray, one of my original fans. Ducray, what's up? Friend of the show, guys.
Hi.
Friend of the show.
Thank you.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm trying to talk quietly because everyone in the house is sleeping.
Okay.
And I don't want to wake them up. But you had a few people come up who experienced some health problems after they got vaccines. And I just wanted to know what you thought about statistically, how likely would it be that someone coincidentally gets sick after a vaccine because so many people have gotten vaccinated and gotten boosters that it's just likely every once in a while somebody's going to get sick, and it's not related to the vaccine. It's just, do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, it's the mechanism of the disease that, so one, I'm not a medical doctor, but like how scientifically how you would answer this question is basically the ratio and the odds are about 1 in a million to having any type of adverse side effect.
Mhm.
So that's extremely rare. 1 in a million is the incidence of getting struck by lightning or getting killed by a shark. So we're already talking super rare. And then having a death from the adverse the vaccine, we're talking about like 1 in 50 million. It's like insanely high.
Yeah.
So the idea that it would be it, but it basically, like any type of latent infection, guys, it's going to be impossible to be from the vaccine, because if there's a latent infection, it has to be a virus, right? So the vaccine goes away really quickly. Any type of vaccine adverse side effect is going to happen really quickly. You're going to be allergic to something. It's going to be, it does happen. There's tons of them, Linda. We have all, and it's not just our FDA. Like this is the thing that I don't understand. People like, it's not just our FDA. It's not just our CDC. If you think that we are ideologically captured as the United States government or as the pharmaceutical companies, all the other countries in the world are also having their scientists study this. So if there was like some crazy amount of adverse side effects that were happening and it was all linked together, they would come out with their own studies. And this is what we find, right? This is the Denmark study talking about autism rates in vaccines and all that kind of stuff. They're having their own studies and everything is happening. It's not all connected to pharmaceutical companies, and it's not all connected to pharmaceutical profits. It's like that's not where all the research and development is done. That their pharmaceutical company has their own research and development, but we're talking about universities and scientists all around the world that are doing their own independent tests on these type of things. So, to link it all together in some massive global conspiracy that all these universities are all in cahoots and the entire scientific community is all coming together to smash all these adverse side effect stuff data. It doesn't happen. It just doesn't happen.
Right. Right. Exactly. And I'm looking at this graph, and I think I'm reading it correctly, but it looks like there were 13 billion vaccine and boosters administered worldwide,
Mm-hmm.
and there's 7 billion or 8 billion people.
Mm-hmm.
And in like the United States, it was like a billion, or maybe not that much. Hold on one second. Let me fast forward
I think
this
we have
thing.
like an 80, like a high 70% vaccination rate. I'm
Yeah,
not 100% sure.
there was like 676 million COVID vaccines and boosters administered in the United States. So like twice as much as our population. And with like that many vaccines given, I just think sometimes coincidentally, like if you are giving out that many vaccines, every once in a while you're going to have somebody who gets a vaccine
Yeah.
who also gets sick a week, 2 weeks later, nothing to do with the vaccine. It was just like the timing. You know what I mean?
Thank you, Lou.
And
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's exactly. It's like eventually enough people get vaccinated and you're just going to have things that happen, and it's so weird. And
yeah,
guys, this is a bad faith question, right? Because the same people that say that everyone's having a vaccine adverse side effect, guess what? They deny the 1.2 million people that died from COVID. They don't think that those people died.
true.
And why? Oh, because every every death is a COVID death. That's what they say, right? Every death is a COVID death now. Well, guess what? Someone gets a freaking vaccine and dies from a car accident. They think that that's a vaccine side effect. And it's just like
Right.
the difference is that the COVID death had someone that had a pneumonia and COVID symptoms, and they're actually in the hospital and they're dying, at the hospital or at home, and it's the linked physically, the mechanism is there. Meanwhile, RFK and these anti-vaxxers are saying every single person that died from the COVID vaccine with a COVID vaccine in them, it was somehow linked to it, obviously, because it happened after they were vaccinated. So it's just not a serious question. It's bad faith. They're trying to cause vaccine hesitancy, and that's why it's just it's so frustrating because they're not actually trying. If they were legitimately like, let's try to make less side effects or something like that, then I still support vaccinations and I still support getting it, then it's okay. But it's not usually that. It's like that's like 1% of people. It's very, very rare.
Yeah, I think you mentioned that in the live yesterday or maybe a couple of days ago, or maybe on a video somewhere, I don't remember, where you're like why is the answer getting rid of COVID or getting rid of vaccines altogether and not trying to make them safer? Like, why
Exactly.
isn't the answer like, hey, this preservative we're using might be problematic. What can we do to use something else and make the vaccine safer? Like, they're never saying that. They're just saying completely get rid of all vaccines when we know the number of deaths that would result from that are much higher
Yeah,
than
exactly.
the adverse effects,
And
right?
that's my moral quandary of like highlighting all these and reading like like genuine vaxologists that are trying to like make an actual better vaccine, that are saying like, hey, let's figure this out, try to figure this out, because these are highlighted by these anti-vaxxers so much, and they're like,
Yeah.
see these guys, even the science community is trying to, and it's always like, it's kind of like how that second paragraph in the discussion is always going to talk about the limitations of a study, and what
Yeah.
happens, like climate change, this happens all the time. And it's like, oh, they go right to that paragraph and they're like, see, they even think it's impossible to study these too. And you're like, no, they're actually in good faith trying to say this is what we could and couldn't study, and this is what we know more specifically, and this is why we know this. They're not saying the entire field of of climate science is unable to be monitored. They're just saying this specific study is had limitations, and kind of in the same way where it's like people are saying, hey, like this is something that could be studied in the future and why this is happening, and this is why that guy, by the way, got tripped up yesterday. It was that part of that abstract, right? They were trying to say that,
Oh, yeah.
link them together, and he thought the whole paper was about that, and even the conclusion didn't conclude that. So it's just, and by the way, guys, if that happens, subscribers, I put an extra special sticker for when that happens in chat. The "Come at the King, you best not miss." And I think I love that line from The Wire. It's like one of my favorite lines ever. So that's
Nice.
so there you go. Check it out, guys.
Nice.
Yeah, Envy Kami, exactly. You can't see the text on that one, but it's freaking Omar. I love him. Omar's the best, dude. So if you haven't seen The Wire,
Yeah.
guys, check it out. It's a little dated now because it's all about like payphones, but it's good. It's good.
Yeah, my brother loves that show. So, just one final thing I wanted to say to kind of make an analogy. There are probably like a certain number of people who get the COVID vaccine and 2 weeks later get into a car accident. The vaccine didn't cause the car accident. There's just so many people who've gotten vaccinated. That's just going to happen sometimes.
Wrong, Drew
You
Cray.
know?
What if they got vaccinated in the eyeball and now they can't see out of that eyeball? You're
Right.
you're
And that caused the
minimizing
car
them.
accident.
You're minimizing their struggle. It's like it's just it's very frustrating to highlight these like you're saying. It's very hard to highlight these adverse side effects of the vaccines, and we're not talking about the actual side effects of actual viruses and pathogens that vaccines save. So that's why it's like I have to balance, like in my own brain, like you just have to talk about how many millions of people died every year, and it's like over 6 billion dosages. We got like 100 people that died. Oh yeah, and by the way, the people that were dying from the COVID vaccine were all 60 plus. These are the exact same people that they don't care who died because
Oh,
they're
you
over
were
60
saying
plus
that.
anyway. So it's like they were the ones that were saying that grandma has to die for the economy, but somehow they care so much about the 60 plus year olds that died from the 100 people that died from adverse side effects, but they don't care about the 1.2 million people that died, 70 of which are 60 plus. It's like, come on, man. Like it's not a good faith. They're not having good faith, interactions here. It's ridiculous.
Do you think that would be like a strong immune response and if they were elderly, they couldn't survive the immune response. I don't know. I'm a
Exactly.
little
Yeah.
hesitant to
Yeah, it's an
ask
IT. It's
that.
called like ITTP or something. I did do research into it, but it's like basically like an immune, an IVR or ITP. It's like basically an overactive. It's kind of like the cytokine storm kind of idea, but it happens with your thing, and it's incredibly rare. But I wanted to do research on like how are actually people dying from, how do they actually die, and it's like super rare. Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
cool.
debate doc. Exactly. That's it.
What
An
did
immune
he say?
thrombocytoma porphyria. Yeah, dude, I love having
ITP?
physicians in the chat, man. Thank you so much. Thank you,
Oh yeah,
man.
that's what came up. Okay.
Okay, well,
cool.
we can talk about. We'll bring him up real quick.
Oh,
Debate doc, what's up,
hello.
dude? Nice.
It's immune thrombocytopenic purpura.
Yeah, that one.
Yes.
That's it.
I could
so it's,
I could totally say that like
Yes.
really well. I'm just not going to because you did a good job. So
Can you explain what it is?
Yeah, so it's an autoimmune reaction, wherein it often happens. I think it can happen as a consequence of heparin. Sometimes it's idiopathic, but
what is
I think
idiopathic?
Idiopathic means they just like don't really have a clear known cause.
Oh, okay, got it.
But I think what often ends up happening is something, whether it be like a heparin molecule, or maybe something like from the COVID vaccine, a spike protein, something like that. It complexes with something called platelet factor 4, which is on platelets, and your body recognizes this complex of whatever this other chemical is, and platelet factor 4, it recognizes it as a unique immunogenic epitope, and you develop an immune response to that complex, and so your body's immune cells end up killing all your platelets. And so thrombocytopenic. So platelets are also called thrombocytes. Think like thrombosis, clotting, and then site cell. So thrombocytopenic. So anything like penic, if you're cytopenic, if you're neutropenic, penia just means like kind of a lack of. So you end up with a lack of thrombocytes or a lack of platelets because your immune system is kind of destroying them. And then purpura is, if anybody's ever heard of like petechiae, like little kind of pinpoint, dots, like kind of micro bleeds under the skin. Those are kind of called petechiae. So purpura are a slightly larger version of that. So these kind of little spots of subcutaneous bleeding that can happen when you are thrombocytopenic because your blood's not clotting properly.
And that leads do they end up like that can lead to like bleeding too much? No, something else.
So
easy bruising and bleeding. Okay, yeah.
Yep.
And then
so
they can die from that
enough,
sometimes.
Yeah, so if it's severe enough, when your platelets get like, so you're like a normal range of platelets is like 150 to 450,000. But if they get into like the, under 30,000, under 15,000 kind of range, then you end up being at significant risk of kind of uncontrolled bleeding. And so you can end up with like, a brain bleed or something like that. And that can, and that can lead to people unaliving.
Like strokes and that kind of thing, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like a hemorrhagic stroke or something like that.
Okay. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Thank you for explaining that.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Dude, thank you. Debate Talk, second time tonight, dude. Thank you for being in chat. Thank you so much. That was awesome.
Yeah, absolutely.
Dude.
All right.
All day,
Have a good night, guys.
Dude, hell yeah.
Good night.
Good night, man. Dude, love it. Debate Doc, everyone. Friend of the stream. Guys, go subscribe. Go follow the Debate Doc. He's awesome, and he's doing kind of the same thing, combating disinformation, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I came across his live at some point, or his account, and started following him. And then he came on here, and I was like, oh, wait, I'm following you already. So.
Hey, Lou, how's it going? Hi.
I'm good. How are you?
Good. What's up?
I can
Sorry, I'll
drop
try and
now.
Okay.
slow my accent down.
Thanks.
Yeah. How's it going? Sorry, Duque. I didn't think that she was. I thought she was saying she was wanting to. Anyway, go ahead. Go ahead, Lou. Thank you for subscribing. How's it going?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
Good.
So it's nighttime for you guys.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I never took the vaccines. Just because that was my personal choice.
Okay.
And my family like always had something to say about it, and now they're backtracking because a lot of them have become seriously unwell in hospital with blood clots and stuff.
Oh wow. Because they didn't get the vaccine.
No, because they did.
Okay.
Well, I was just because to be fair, obviously, I just found it very strange that they were forcing it upon people, and how fast they came out with the vaccines.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I mean,
What was your take on that?
the vaccine was actually developed, like it started getting developed in about like 1987, the technology, and then it was used in like the early 2000s in humans, and then it was actually used in like the early 2010s for personal gene cancer therapy. So people like were using it for a long time before it was used as a vaccine. So it's actually the technology, and the RNA delivery by lipid nanoparticles was actually really long. It was developed for a really long time, so it wasn't like a brand new idea. It was just brand new
I know,
to
but
be
why was
used
it
for the
forced?
vaccine
Why was it like forced upon people?
because it was a pandemic.
Yeah, no, but it should be a personal choice. No?
Well, I mean, so that's where like public health kind of comes into play, because the personal choice element for someone that's healthy and young, basically they can take a vaccine and save people that are older, that have immune compromised from any type of ailment. So maybe a lot of people don't have immune systems because of genetic disorders, or maybe they have cancer treatments that they don't have a functioning immune system. So basically, vaccines are safe and effective, and it can save people's lives.
Yeah, no, like I understand that. But like I've got underlying health issues, an autoimmune disease, but I still chose not to get it. And that was just my personal choice.
Okay. I mean, I think that people that should. I mean, I think that people should. It's good to get it. Because if you're just thinking about yourself, the long COVID can have a really strong impact. It's a neurodegenerative disorder, and that if you ever did get COVID, you could get basically 10 to 20.
Obviously, I can see some people comment saying it wasn't forced, but over here in the UK and especially in Scotland, it was.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I don't know what the vaccine mandates were in the UK were, but in the United States, it was basically suggested and then mandatory only for like healthcare workers and the military, and that was basically it. So that's probably what they're talking about.
Yeah.
I mean, do you think that have you taken other vaccines?
No, actually, my little girl, she's got epilepsy, and kids over in the UK are constantly on antibiotics, but my wee girl has never been on antibiotics, and she never gets the flu nasal thing that they get over here, and she's always just quite healthy.
Okay. Yeah, I mean,
but over here, people were getting like told if they don't take it, you'll lose your jobs and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's safe and effective. It's very safe. Like there really aren't really. It's rarer than getting, struck by lightning. to get an adverse side effect. I mean, over 6 billion dosages of it, and very rarely do people actually get a side effect.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just it's a pandemic, and people's lives were lost because of it. People were 10 times more likely to survive if they had the vaccine when they did get COVID in the hospital. So it's like for their own lives, it was a big thing.
Yeah, no, I know that. I totally get that.
It's just the forcing that you have a problem with.
Yeah, because it was because and people were getting told if you don't take it, you lose your job.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that there would be like any type of virus like death rate that you would be okay with it being forced, or is it just any type of virus or any type of vaccine?
Well, there's a choice here as well. You can get just the flu vaccine every year.
Mm-hmm.
That's not like mandatory to take that. So I've never had that either because generally I don't ever get the flu and stuff like that.
Did you lose your job because you didn't get vaccinated?
No, I never lost my job.
Oh, okay.
No, and I worked in what do you call it? Like primary schools.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of people in the primary schools didn't take it either. Teachers that I know never took it. To be fair, it was a personal choice.
Yeah, I mean, it isn't during a pandemic though, because you're forcing your virus onto other people. You know what I mean? That's what the idea is. Like, the other people didn't have a personal choice. Like a kiddo has their mom who has an immune compromised. She has cancer and has, going through treatment, and she has an immune compromised. Like, it's not her choice either to have that problems, but because the pandemic, it's your choice to harm her by not getting vaccinated. Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, like that, I'm saying that my granny was still alive in the pandemic, and she never took it either. And she was in heart failure and stuff like that, but she didn't die of COVID.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people that did okay because they didn't get vaccinated, and then there's a lot of people that died after getting the vaccine, right? But the numbers say that it's incredibly safe to get, and it saves people's lives if they get COVID-19. So that the choice is always to get vaccinated, because it's so much safer and so much more. It's so much safer than the disease, like for everything, for all the vaccines.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Oh, I can't hear you, Lou. You tabbed out, so I can't hear you. You have to come back. You can hear me, but I can't hear you right now because you tabbed out.
Oh, is that it now?
No, I can hear you now.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. All right. Well, Lou, have a good day, okay? Have a good one.
You too.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Okay, so we got AMDZ, and then Jessica. Oh, wait. Okay, no, Holly, AMDZ, and then Jessica. Hi, Holly. How's it going?
Hi there.
Hi.
I wasn't taking the vaccination just through personal choices.
Okay.
My mother was in her 70s, is in her 70s. And only way I could get to see her was if I'd got one of the vaccinations.
Mm-hmm.
Got the vaccination. Another reason for getting it was my son was taking his daughter to Portugal for her first birthday.
Uh-huh.
And you needed a certificate before you could fly from Glasgow.
Mm-hmm. So did you get vaccinated in order to see your mom?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Nice.
Got the vaccination. Within 48 hours, took really bad chest infection. Went to the GP. They told me it's COVID.
Mm-hmm.
I went, you've not touched me, you've not took my blood pressure, you've not took my temperature.
Mm-hmm.
You can just look at me and tell me I've got COVID. All right, well, we'll get you a test.
Mm-hmm.
Got me the COVID test, came back negative. Then they
Okay.
phoned me 3 days later and said, your test positive.
Mm-hmm.
I went, all right. I said, can my partner get some documentation so that I can give to the insurance company to cancel my holiday? Oh, no, why would you cancel your holiday? I think you've just told me I've got COVID. When do you go? I says, think it's 5, 6 days. Oh, you'll be fine to go your holiday. Well, you won't need a letter. You'll be fine. I went, okay, you're the professional, I'm not. Went on the holiday. By the third day, I could hardly get a breath. I literally spent my holiday in the bed, couldn't move, couldn't do nothing for my granddaughter's birthday. I don't remember leaving Portugal. Don't remember packing my case. Don't remember getting on a bus to get to the airport. Don't remember boarding the plane. Last thing I remember was a paramedic walking towards me on the plane. I get blue lighted from Glasgow to Paisley Royal Infirmary, and I was in a coma
Oh, wow.
by the end of that day. And I was in that coma for 70 days. They told my partner,
You had
and
Wait, but you had COVID-19 though, and you were in a coma, and they flew you?
no, before I went on the holiday, when I went to the doctor to say that I wasn't feeling right, that I've had this jag, she told me I had COVID, but without touching me or taking a temperature or anything. And I said, well, why? How can you tell me I've got COVID if you've not gave me a test?
Yeah.
You're just looking at patients now and saying, oh, you've got COVID.
Yeah.
So they told me I didn't have COVID.
Sounds like you had
3
COVID.
days later, they came back to me and said I had COVID.
Yeah, the PCR test. Yeah.
So I asked them for proof of that to give to my insurance company to cancel the holiday.
Yeah.
And she told me, when's your holiday? I says, 5 days. Oh no, you're fine to fly then.
That's wild. Yeah, that's
Flew
bad.
to Portugal. 2 or 3 days in, couldn't move out of bed. Don't remember, from like the third day on, don't remember a thing. Don't remember getting up, getting ready. My family were trying to get me a flight home.
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't get me a flight home. Just be luck, we were only there for a week. And next thing I remember is my eyes flicking and seeing like a paramedic coming towards me. Seemingly I had took, I don't know whether I collapsed or I really don't know what happened on the plane. And got blue lighted to Alex, Paisley Royal Infirmary. Don't remember the ambulance, don't remember anything. And I woke up 70 days later, couldn't walk and couldn't talk.
Wow.
And that was after one of the vaccinations. I was perfectly fit and healthy. I could run after my grandkids. I worked full time. Now I can't leave the house without anybody because I literally can't breathe. So that's my experience of the COVID vaccination and pandemic.
Dang. It sounds like you got vaccinated right at the right time because you got a gnarly COVID infection. So if you didn't have that, you might have not made it then.
I was perfectly fine until I got the COVID vaccination.
Yeah, but you could have gotten infection before that, and yeah, that you're 10 times more likely to die if you didn't have the vaccine from a COVID infection. So, it sounds like you got.
I didn't have COVID. These tests were saying that I was negative.
It could be false negative. There's different ways of it could have been a false
That's
negative.
like saying it could have been a false positive.
That's false negative because you could have had negative results. Yeah, it's all about the timing. If you how you got it, when you got the tests, it all comes together.
I was having to take a test every couple of days because I was flying abroad. Okay. So didn't have it going. Doctor told me I didn't have it, just be looking at me. Still don't know how that one works out. That vaccination, and one of the top doctors in Paisley, not going to say the doctor's name, told me I wouldn't give it to my own kids or any of my own family.
Gotcha. Well, Holly, thanks
And
for
that was
sharing. I'm so sorry
one
that
of
happened. I'm so sorry that happened for you. And
So I would not advise anybody to get any COVID vaccines.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Holly. I appreciate it. Okay. Well, obviously, guys, COVID vaccines are safe and effective. And it sounds like she had a COVID infection, and it sounded like the COVID vaccine actually might have saved her. So that's just if you were vaccinated, you're 10 times more likely to survive a severe COVID infection. So you do want to get vaccinated because vaccines are safe and effective. All right, so we got AMDZ and then Jessica and then Haterade. All right, AMDZ.
Dr. Greg.
AMDZ, how's it going?
Good, bud. How are you?
Good, man.
How does it sound? I got headphones in. I don't know how it sounds over this thing.
Good.
Okay, cool. Gotta tell you, man, love your content, bro.
Thanks, man.
Literally, like, the only two people I can stand to, like, watch for, like, long periods of time are you and Good Trouble. And it is completely opposite ends of the spectrum, like, for, how you talk to people.
Oh, thanks, man.
I like his sass, but I also like how you kind of you're like, okay, yeah, that's cool. I get it. Cool. Let's keep going.
Thanks,
I just wanted to give kind of my little like random story, but so I have a biology degree, but I don't use it. Haven't used it in a long time. Don't really remember most of what I learned. But like during the pandemic, I got into it with a lot of people about the vaccine, and just trying like Facebook, just arguments and trying to explain to people like, guys, stop listening to the random people you hear. These things are fine. It's safe. I don't care what the post you saw that says about whatever the BS was back then.
Yeah.
And then getting into it with people and like people trying to cite VAERS, and you're like, dude, do you even know what VAERS is? And they're like, yeah, it's where it's how you tell people what's going on with it. I'm like, dude, anyone can post to VAERS. Like, do you realize that people are saying they got syphilis from the vaccine?
Yeah.
Like,
I love how they always explain it like the underground railroad of like anti-vax information. Like, oh man, there's like all the secret information that the government doesn't want you to know. It's like literally put out and hosted by the CDC. Like literally no. It's literally, if it was a grand conspiracy, like VAERS would be in on it, but they love to cite it because it's just unfiltered, so it's just insane.
so I had this coworker. We were in the break room, and this is during the height of the pandemic. And I was talking to her, and the vaccine came up, and she's like, I don't think I want to get it. And I was like, well, here's the deal. I'm all for it, but if you can give me a good reason, and I would tell people, like, you have a valid reason why not to get it. Like, I can understand. And so she actually gave me what was a valid reason. But I tried to explain the whole situation to her because she said that her and her husband were planning on having kids.
Mm-hmm.
And she had heard that the rate of miscarriages had gone up due to the vaccine. And I told her, I said, here's the thing you got to think about. One, they're probably just getting, I'm like on the word, like people are just saying more that they're having, like telling their doctors more because of what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
But also that causation and correlation, not the same thing.
Yeah.
So like just
exactly.
because there's a high amount of miscarriages happening right now, that's because people are literally reporting them more.
Yeah.
So it's not necessarily there's a higher rate of it. It's just more people are reporting it because of people are saying, "Oh, I got this and this happened," and so we had this whole thing and it ended fine. And a month later, she was in the hospital on a ventilator and passed away from COVID.
Oh my gosh, dude.
And so it was like I sat there when I found out that she was in the hospital on the ventilator. I was like, we just had this conversation. Like we just like I try and I was like just sitting there with her, like, hey, like, I get, but like, there's nothing out there that's saying how bad this is. Like it's everything is telling you that it's safe and effective. Like it's good. And then it sucks because there is no baby. Like,
Oh, that's so sad, man.
yeah,
These people are victims, man. They're victims of disinformation. That's genuinely why I want people in the chat that are anti-vaxxers and stuff, because it's just like, hopefully, I'd rather them be watching me, even if it's hate watching, than going through rewatching Vaxxed or whatever nonsense anti-vax documentary that they want to watch, or Rumble live stream or whatever. So it's like, because it's just they're victims, man, and imagine they're dying at 10 times the rate during the pandemic, and you're still trying to talk to them, and they don't even care about their own lives or the people around their their communities' lives, and it's just wild to me. It's just wild to me that people, I don't know, but I think that they, on their social media apps, they have every single story must be just vaccine side effect, and they're getting all these stories, and they see maybe 1,000 a day, and so they're building that memory bank of like all these side effects that are happening to all these people, and they're just it's so sad. I mean, it's very frustrating.
yeah, like the amount of times I would get into it with people when they're like, we don't even know what's in these things, and I'm like, yes, we do, but
Yeah,
you also don't. You don't. And I would look at them. I go, you don't know what's in Tylenol, but guess what? You're gonna take it when you have a headache, right? And they're like, yeah, but it's been tested. I'm like, this vaccine has been tested. It's just got repurposed for this.
What's in a SARS-CoV-2 virus? What do you got? What ingredients are there, guys? You know what I mean? Like all these, again, it's just the hyper focused on the vaccine because that's the technology. How about the focus on the virus? Oh, okay, it's a lab. It's how many people do you think that it's from the lab? And these same people. It's just the conspiracies just never end. It's just never ending conspiracies, one after another after another, and it's dangerous. It's so dangerous. It's paranoid schizophrenia. I mean, it really is the inability to discern reality from their imagination, and it's these conspiracies just never end. It's sad.
Yeah, I've gotten, I don't, sometimes I go down rabbit holes, and so I get on the wrong side of TikTok because I start watching like these things. And so right now, all I'm coming across is, so I have a 13-month-old, and um, I come across all these parents that are like, we're not vaccinating our kids and we're proud. And I'm like, why?
That's so bad.
Why?
Yeah.
Why is this a thing that's happening? Like, what? Like I think it was Jimmy Kimmel had a thing about vaccines, and one of my favorite lines was there was a doctor when they were doing the PSA, and it was like, hey, remember that one time you got polio? Oh no, you didn't, because you got
Exactly.
vaccinated for it.
Exactly. People don't know about polio. They don't know about measles. They don't know about mumps. They don't know about these things because vaccines protect you from over 30 different diseases. So you don't have to know what those are. And guys, the brain broke that happened because of one pandemic. Imagine if all 30 of those viruses and pathogens were running rampant constantly. You'd constantly have local epidemics, pandemics happening all the time. You'd have your schools shutting down once a year because a measles outbreak happened, or a Mumps outbreak happened, or a smallpox outbreak happened. Like you would constantly, you think one shutdown was bad for a month? You know, imagine every year that would happen, because these things were everywhere. Every time that you would have to go to a concert, you'd be like, is this safe? Are we really going to risk getting the measles right now? Like, it's just constant. It would be constant, guys.
Yeah. All right, bud. I just wanted to give that little story. Maybe it's one that people listen to and they hear and they're like, oh, probably not. But,
Yeah,
if
dude.
you get one person, right?
Yeah, no, for real. I thank you, and thank you for sharing. I'm so sorry about your friend, and
yeah,
it's awful, man. You tried. You're trying. You're doing good work trying to inform your community and better them, and all you can do from I've been talking to the same people, and it's like you can just plant the seed. It's up to them to water that seed, and you can't.
For sure.
I've never had a conversation in the history of me doing science communication where people are like, oh, like an epiphany moment. It's just like okay, yeah, we'll see. And then maybe a week later, they'll be like, hey, you know what? I actually wound up doing that, and those are the stories that I'm like, dang, that's wild, man. So, but thanks for popping in, man. I thank you for your kind words about the show and stuff. That really means a lot to me.
No, I really do appreciate it. Like, I'll go back and forth. And there was like one day I was switching back and forth. I'm like, hey, Olivia, stop going everywhere I'm going.
I know. How cool is it? I know. I love it.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. But
thanks, man.
Appreciate you, man.
Appreciate it.
Have a good one.
Light is life. You are not going to be on the show today, dude. You said something that's completely horrendous, and you don't deserve it today. You're in timeout. Okay, it's not okay what you said. You need to think about what you did. Jessica. And Light, 1 second. Light, yesterday I had a Light segment for you, dude. I had a Light segment like specifically for you, and then you come into chat today and you make fun of people that have awful conditions that can't have children. Like, come on, man. That you're embarrassing me, Light. Sorry, Jessica. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Hi, Top Cat. How's it going?
So I just stumbled across your feed. I have not ever talked to anybody on TikTok, and I just felt a need because of what a lady said a few of your callers ago.
Mm-hmm.
So I am that immunocompromised mom, and I guess I'll just tell you briefly like what happened to our family. So my husband's family, they don't believe in vaccines at all. And he begged his parents to get vaccines. He begged them. His mom said, we don't do that. He watched his mother die from COVID. He sat in the COVID ward and he watched it happen. His dad got COVID. He gave it to his mother. His dad died maybe 6 months later. He had really severe health issues from having had COVID because he was diabetic, and it killed him. And so having watched two people die from it, and then, my son
I have a younger son. My youngest son is 12 now, but he was younger when this started. And he was just terrified that his mom was going to die from it. And so because I take immunosuppressants, I have rheumatoid arthritis. So I take like the big guns, I go and get infusions. It's not as bad as what people who have cancer, but bad enough. And there wasn't vaccines out yet. So I'm like not able to leave my house. And then they start school and they have no vaccines. I live in Kentucky. Like there's no mandate here to get a vaccine.
Yeah.
So I still can't send my son to school. And so I'm not wanting to homeschool him, but then they're having to send a nurse over to the house that she only goes to kids' houses and she can't talk to anybody else. And in the midst of this, all this stuff is happening. So people really are not protecting the people who have issues like mine. And then, so I've gone and gotten, once they came out, every single vaccine that came, every time they come out. I've still had COVID 4 times, despite being all the boosters. Now, I did not get it severely. So I would say I had mild cases. They were able to give me Paxlovid. Obviously, I lived through it.
Good.
This last time, though, I went to get a vaccine. I had to drive hours away because I live in Kentucky, and you can't get a vaccine here anymore easily. I couldn't get one for my son here at all because they won't vaccinate kids here who don't themselves have a health condition. So it puts people like me in a really bad position. And I'm like, is there even going to be a next vaccine?
Yeah.
Like that's worrisome, having seen so much death and so much despair. Like I don't know how people square that. When that woman says, well, that's my choice. Okay, yeah, that's your choice, but you also made that choice for me.
Exactly. And your entire family.
Correct.
And your kid, right? If that
Correct.
anything happened to you. That's why
Correct.
it's wild to me that people don't understand that like we have seatbelt laws not because of your life, but it's because I want you to be the parent to your child so that we don't have to take care of them if you pass. You know what I mean?
Correct.
You need to like it's for your entire family, everyone that's connected to you, because we care about you. We want you to be a member of this community. Like it's just
right. He has no living grandparents left because of it. And he could have lost his mom. And I just said, you know what? I'll sit in this house. I won't go anywhere. I know this is absolutely real. And I'm not a scaredy cat. I mean, like, and obviously the COVID vaccines, in my opinion, I've had, I don't know how many of them. I believe my doctors. My doctors are at the Cleveland Clinic. If my immunologist there says, get these vaccines, I do what she says because she's made it so that I can have a life, like be able to function. Like my medications work.
Yeah.
Like I have to keep taking them. Like I went and got my vaccine this last week and then went play drums for 4 hours.
Oh, nice. Metal.
So
Nice.
I don't have cardio, whatever from it. Neither does my son. I mean, I understand there's very rare, like something could happen, but statistically, I just look at everything like if you're going to play the odds, I'm going to wear the seatbelt in my car. I'm going to play the odds. I'm going to wear the seatbelt. And it's so hurtful for me to read some of these comments. I just think my husband still has not gotten over what happened to his mom. And his sister tried to call the coroner and get her cause of death changed. She doesn't believe it.
Oh my gosh, dude. The denial. Oh my
It's
gosh.
that deep. I don't even argue with him. It's so far gone.
Oh, that's wild. That is absolutely wild. I am so sorry that what's going on with your family.
Oh, it's not your fault. And I really appreciate you coming on here. And I know that I'm reading some of this, that you really have to listen to a lot of stuff. I couldn't be that calm and listen to it.
No,
But
because they're the victims of it. They're the ones that are dying at the rate of 10 times, and it's like I'm so man, everything that your family has gone through, I'm so sorry, and I don't know.
I feel worse for my son than myself because that kid was afraid. You know what I mean? He was afraid. He was still wearing a mask at school when no one else was. And I remember the lunch lady, I saw her at a restaurant and she said he wouldn't take it off. He just pulled it down. He said, he couldn't pronounce it right there. And he said, my mom's, how do you say it? Immunocompromised, and pulls it right back up.
Oh,
because
he's so brave.
He's seen it. Well, because he's
so
seen
strong.
it and he's afraid, right?
He's
so when I
strong.
tell him, hey, I got you a vaccine. Yeah, he just goes, thanks, mom, and he just goes and gets it. There's no,
Yeah.
I'm afraid of that shot, nothing.
Yeah, exactly. He's not afraid at all. He's strong.
No, because he knows what's going to happen. He's seen it.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't watch your grandparents die from it and then think, well, that's nothing. You know, it was very, very, it's really hurtful. Like, and so many people have lost so many people, like so many people. Even when
1.2
when
You
I
know
got my shot, the first responder, the woman was there, was a first responder. She said she worked before there was vaccines. She got COVID. It gave her a heart problem. She would just pass out randomly for like 2 years afterwards.
Oh man.
And then, you know, so people hassle her too. Like, why? I don't know. It's a pet peeve of mine.
It's so many people. I mean, if you take all the combat deaths of all the wars the United States has had, including the Civil War, every war from the Revolutionary War all the way up to, you know, the Middle East, it's 1.3 million people. And all the people that we lost from COVID is 1.2 million. And I think about all the memorial days that we have, and people have this patriotism for all the fallen soldiers, and it sickens me that people. I think that it's patriotic in order to honor those 1.2 million that died from COVID, just like we honor those people that died. And where's the memorials for them? You know what I mean? That's what sickens me so much. Like, where's the memorials and the parades for the healthcare workers? You know, like the guy that came in today, like he has a permanent disability now because he was a frontline worker that got long COVID because he was on the front lines doing something good for, you know, other people. You know, where are the mass graves and the actual monuments to all the people that we have lost to COVID-19? I think that we've kind of washed it away. We've tried to sweep it under the rug, try to talk about how COVID isn't a problem anymore. Like, we're still in the pandemic, guys. It technically is still a pandemic. HIV is still a pandemic, actually, too. But it sickens me how we've never come to terms with a country, how bad we did. One, how we did the worst out of all of our peer nations, deaths per capita. We did the worst. So anyone that's saying that we are, like, you know, that there isn't some reckoning moment here, that we have to change things going forward, they're not just like settling for mediocrity, they're settling for last place, which is just absolutely gross. Like, we have to like change things going forward, right? We have to like figure out how we're going to have better policy, how we're going to have science that's going to better inform some of these decision making going forward, because we're going to have more of these. I guess if we're going to have no vaccines, we're going to have even more. You know, we think that one was bad, we're going to have, you know, even more that are going to happen.
Yeah, we're going to have measles. We're going to have I don't know why they want to bring that back.
So exactly. So
chicken pox. I mean, I had chicken pox. Why do you want to have that?
It's
I mean, I'm
really
old enough
insane.
that there wasn't a chicken pox vaccine, so but I really feel like it's a question of, in my mind, how do you care about other people or only yourself?
Exactly. It's selfishness.
Because
Like,
I
it's
just kept
extreme
thinking,
selfishness in order to be.
That's how I see it. That's
Yeah.
how I view it. I'm like, if I can do something that is going to help other people, even if it's a little bit hard for me, then I'm going to do that thing. Because that's how I was raised. But maybe other people don't. They think, oh, I'm making that choice for myself, not realizing how it's going to hurt another person, or they're going to get sick, or they're going to die. They don't care.
Exactly.
And I can't square that. I don't understand that. Like, if you're not going to hurt anybody else, I don't care what you do. Do whatever you want.
Yeah.
It
Public
doesn't
health
matter
isn't
to
that
me.
thing. Public health is not that thing.
Right,
Yeah.
right. But I'm just saying, like, if you like, I'd go so far as to say, like, if you want to ride around a motorcycle with no helmet on, I don't care. Odds are you're only going to hurt yourself. I don't think it's smart, but you're the one that's going to, you know, have a brain injury. But I mean, I guess it's going to hurt your family, but I mean, it's not going to give everybody else,
It's not going to
you know,
spread.
whatever. Right. It's not right. And mostly it's motorcyclists that die in accidents, not the people in vehicles. So you should wear a helmet. I'm not saying that, but
Yeah,
I'm
I
just,
understand what you mean.
it's just,
Not a
maybe that's a
communicable
bad
disease.
analogy.
I mean, that's just like
Yeah, maybe that's a bad analogy. Like, I don't
no,
really
it's
care
okay.
what people do on their own time, but I'm just like, it's not about forcing people. It's about saying, how do you want your community as a whole to be? Do you want all these kids? But I mean, that goes for a lot of things. I mean, that we don't seem to care what happens to other people or how they're harmed, at least currently.
I think like I've been trying to think about an analogy for this too, and it is very tough because it is such a confounding selfishness and the ability for these selfish decisions to have such a wide variety of an impact. It's hard to even say with like communicate with words, but I figure my analogy right now is basically it'd be like deciding selfishly that I'm not going to observe street lights because I don't want to sit at street lights anymore. So I'm just going to blow through all the street lights at 100% speed. And it's like, well, if you're if you're watching the street light and you're stopped at the red, then you're not going to be going forward anyway. But I'm just going to do what I want to do because I'm the only person in the world that I care about. Then I'm not going to stop at streetlights. So but even still, it doesn't make any sense. But it's just, I don't know. It is hard to relay the impact. I mean, millions of people, 5 million people a year are saved from vaccines, guys. We're talking like the amount of death, and that's what we talk so much about vaccine side effects, not about the people that are surviving because of it. Measles, the years between 2000 and 2021, 56 million deaths averted. Just in COVID-19, by the way, 20 million globally between December 2020 and 2021. I mean, we're talking like insane amounts of people. Eradication of smallpox. Smallpox killed 300 million people in the 20th century. It's like we're talking about the amount of death, and what's happened now is people are so conspiracy brained that they actually don't even believe in viruses. This is like the new because obviously SARS-CoV-2 was labeled in the lab, so they think that all viruses are made in the lab and they're all fake. So this is what's happening.
Or it's just a cold, and you won't. Well, I don't know. My mother-in-law didn't die from a cold. I mean,
because they think that since why, like, if there's no viruses, then the only negative thing that you would get would be the side effects from the vaccine that you obviously don't need anymore because viruses aren't real. So it's just they think that it's a basically a monthly prescription cost that these pharmaceutical companies do.
It's so crazy. It's so crazy.
And
to me.
you have to prove germ theory to these people. This is the miasma and germ theory experiments that Pasteur did back in the day with the swan neck. You guys remember reading like that? The swan neck thing where you had the swan thing that, and basically miasma used to be that you just had sickness floating in the air. But his experiment was that no, there's something in the air that was specifically bad. That's what malaria is: bad air, malaria, bad air. So I mean, these are all like we're talking about the 1700s, guys. We have to go back and prove 1700s science to these people. That's how far back they've gone. It's wild.
I worry too a lot about because what RFK has done, he's gotten rid of a lot of the. I mean, the guy's not a doctor. He believes some really insane stuff, and he's trying to get rid of all the technology that they made the vaccines with, and they use that for other stuff like cancer.
Exactly.
So there's a lot of cancer trials that got canceled, and
yep. We have people in this chat, guys. We have people in this live coming in saying that one of their only things to look forward to that for their cancer treatments was a cancer treatment that got specifically canceled because of the Trump and RFK cuts. It's crazy. I mean, you're exactly right. We're talking about the 500 million that went to the mRNA technology, and you're exactly right. Like, the United States won't be a leader in this technology development, but other countries will. We're just going to buy the technology from China or Europe or Canada, and we're just going to have to, our health insurance are all going to go up. Our healthcare costs are going to go up because we're buying it from other countries. Our our companies aren't going to be the leaders. Our universities aren't going to be the leaders on this. So I hope I'm wrong on this stuff. I genuinely hope I'm wrong, but sadly, we're heading off the cliff. So this is not good.
I don't know where it all ends.
Yeah.
Hopefully I can still get a vaccine and he doesn't cancel them all. And,
yeah,
at this point I went and applied for a passport thinking I'll have to drive to Canada and buy them if I can't get them here. Because I absolutely refuse to just be like, I'm just going to sign up to die from COVID. No.
Yeah, don't keep fighting. And
No,
sounds like
obviously, but
you've raised an awesome kiddo and who's strong and willing to think about others and who's selfless. And I think that's you've done an incredible job raising your kiddo.
Thanks. And thank you for being on here, and I can read. I don't know how you read all that.
I don't. I really actually don't read chat. I'm so locked into my chat, my conversations in order to really have a deep conversation. I don't read chat, but I feel bad for the people that are the warriors and they're doing work. So thanks for everyone in there that's doing good work and pushing back. But
thanks so much. You have a good night.
All right, have a good one. Thank you so much, Jessica. All right, guys. All right, so we got 2 more guys, or I'll finish this one. These are it. Okay, so we got Frank, and then Doug Lee, and then user 9. Frank, then user 953, and then Doug Lee. Sorry, Allison. Unless Frank signs off right now. Okay, Allison. Maybe Frank. Seems like Frank isn't gonna sign ons here, so you could probably be the last person then. Okay, Frank's not gonna connect. Disconnect Frank. User 953. Hi, user 953. How's it going? You might be muted. Thank you, Novocaine Brain. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome back, Light is Life. Hi, what's up, user 953? How's it going? I can hear you for a little bit. Hi, user 953. Going once. Going twice. All right, Allison. It looks like you made it. All right, Doug Lee and then Allison. And that's it, guys. And then we're wrapping it. Doug Lee, how's it going?
Hey, good. Can you hear me?
Yep. What's up?
Awesome. Hey, so I'm actually married to a person who's got a PhD in virology.
Cool. Nice.
So getting to hear a lot of good information. And during the height of COVID, I was on Twitter and I had lists of about 140 scientists and researchers that I was trying to help gather information because the information was so fluid and it helped sort out the fact from fiction and what was known and what wasn't.
Sure.
And one thing that I'm kind of a political person,
Okay.
so forgive me if I dive a little bit into some politics, but
Oh, it's okay. We do that here.
Excellent. So I think one thing that we really, really miss now, I remember the parades and the flyovers and the signs honoring the first responders, and of course, we need, we still need to honor those people who put their lives at risk. But one thing I think we missed is to honor the millions and millions of people who sacrificed during the pandemic to try to help save people. And that just simply the people who wore masks, who stayed home, who helped teach their kids from when schools were closed, the people who avoided crowded spaces, the people who maybe didn't get to go out to eat every week.
Yeah.
Who did these things, maybe didn't get to go to their worship, who helped, who then took the vaccines, who helped stem the pandemic when we were suffering a 9/11 every single day.
Yeah. Exactly.
In terms of people dying. But yet I didn't hear a single politician thanking these people. And so a lot of people were just going off of public officials saying, hey, we need to do this. Nobody said thank you.
Yeah.
And so what happened then is in the infosphere that people started, reading, the Republicans said, no, this was all in vain. You did this. This was wrong. You guys lost, had learning curves or learning loss, and this was all for nothing, and this was all in vain. And so they were able to grab the infosphere.
Exactly.
And so I think that could still be something that, a politician like a Newsom or something could, just say, hey, this was not in vain. This helped us stem the tide of this pandemic, which was, obviously the worst in our lifetime.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, man. I mean, the vaccines helped to save the lives of like 2 to 3 million people in the United States. It's real, and I think you're 100% correct. I think it's wild to me how the conversation never got to that, how like we never rectified the 1.2 million that have died, the fact that we did have people that did do the right thing, that did socially distance, but the weird thing is also there's this wild false history that people have that they think that we actually really did lock down as a nation. Like guys, the United States did not actually ever shut down as a nation. Like we had 2 weeks to stop the spread that was recommended, at best. And people did, public schools might have closed. Restaurants might have had an outdoor seating area, but like actual government mandated shutdown, it looks like China, where you have the government, bolting your doors closed and delivering meals to you. Like the idea that the United States did all we could do for one another, like it's not true. Like the cell phone data shows that people, is a socioeconomic stratification. Basically, if you were higher income, you had a laptop, you were able to just take that laptop home and do work from home, and you had Zoom meetings, and the workers were still going to work, but the managers were able to work from home. So that's what actually happened, and it's like people that were, poor workers, and lower middle income workers, they never really shut down at all. It was basically like a 1 month, pause, and then it went right back to work, and The cell phone data doesn't lie, guys. It just doesn't lie. There might have been, mandates or essential worker mandates from the state level, but everyone got an essential worker thing. That's what actually happened, and I think that people, it's really really frustrating for someone. And I'm with you, bro. Like I saw I'm a microbiology. I'm in a microbiology PhD during this, and I'm like, we actually shut down my kid's birthday party before it was even declared a pandemic, because I was actually reading the papers coming out of in January talking about this, and they had done the sequencing by like February, and I was like, this isn't right. Like this doesn't make any sense. Like so you're supposed to have a party like during that time, and and then I saw the cruise ship coming in, and then they let them in, and I'm like, dude, there's massive community spread right now, and we actually had a family member that was coming down from Seattle, and I'm like, this doesn't sound right. There's like 1 or 2 like confirmed cases maybe, and it's like really small, and I was like, it's probably way more than that. I'm probably way more than that. So we shut down and stopped our kid's birthday party, and everyone was like, this is crazy, you're insane, like no way, how could you do that? And I'm like, nah, I gotta trust my instinct here. I gotta trust my gut, and we shut it down, and then sure enough, then it turns out to be right. Unfortunately, right? I don't want to be right in these scenarios, but yeah. And then that following year, my wife was pregnant at the time, so there wasn't vaccines obviously yet, so I had to like be super careful, and I like didn't leave and be seen in public for like a year. We would go in walks around the neighborhood with our dogs, and that was it. That was the only time that we would go out. We got our food delivered. We wiped it down, make sure that it wasn't contaminated or whatever. And then like that was it for like a year. And I would go into my grad school lab, and I was working with algae at the time, so I'd have to streak out new plates, and then I would go home and do research and do a literature review and that kind of stuff. So and then meanwhile, I'm seeing all these people out. I'm seeing like concerts getting back. People are eating out at restaurants again. And it's like, what is going on? Like, this is absolutely insane. Like, people never really locked down. And as someone that did lock down, y'all didn't lock down, like actually locked down. So I agree with you, Doug. There has to be some type of like actual factual historical record here that actually happened.
And what many people don't understand is that science evolves, that as new data comes in. And so we had no idea what was going on with COVID and even the method of transition right away. And so, obviously there was levels of protection, and, they were worried about people running around the trails at Central Park because you might be 10 yards behind another runner and you might catch it. When over time, they found out that outdoor transmission is incredibly rare.
Yeah.
And so that affected a lot of kids' sports. Both my kids were in sports, and they shut down the sports. But then some leagues and teams were allowed to continue, at least outside. And these studies were done that showed you actually you had a less chance of getting COVID if you played on these leagues, because number one, you were exercising, you were being healthy, and the method of transmission outdoors was very, very rare.
Yeah.
And so then they started allowing the leagues to come in. They had to play with masks initially.
Yeah.
Well, then over time, it showed that was silly. But that was what was known at the time.
Yeah.
And the risk mandated that they wear masks, but then over time science evolved, and then they were able to get back to the leagues and play. And I think that really helped our kids get through it mentally, is through the pandemic, is having these teams and things that they were able to bond with and play with. And So thank you for all your work and
thanks, man.
your messaging. So all
Thanks,
right, take care.
Have a good one. Have a good night.
All right.
Appreciate you.
Good night.
Okay, last caller, guys. Allison.
Hi.
What's up? How's it going, Allison?
Whoops, hang on, I'm gonna turn my phone volume up. Hey, how are you?
Hi. Hi, nice to talk to you.
Good to talk to you too. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to like stall here. I'm just
That's okay.
I heard on the news one time, I'm kind of like asking for a friend, that the hospitals should do something about like people in sex trafficking. Like, are you like a medical doctor? I'm sorry, I don't even know you. I'm trying to follow you. What?
I'm a microbiology PhD, so I'm not a medical doctor.
Oh, geez, I'm sorry. Okay, I guess you don't know the answer to that question then.
Okay.
All right. So you're a microbiologist.
Yeah, I'm a scientist.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's really cool. Sorry, I really should have collected my thoughts before I got on your live. I'm so sorry, Dr.
No,
Greg.
it's okay. It's all right. What did you have a question about?
I guess I feel a little bit stuck in the situation I'm in, and I don't know what to do.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's all.
Okay.
Yeah. And I already went to the police about it, and they didn't really help at all. They just asked if I had any money, and of course I don't. So I have a social security check with God knows what's gonna happen with that, what everything is. And then they said I could go to a women's shelter, but it was a Saturday and they weren't open until Monday. So I was just kind of sat in my car, and there's like my whole family's in on it besides my dad, who of course passed away, Herbert. Yeah, and it makes me really fucking sad, and I miss him. And I just would like to be able to sleep in peace without like random men coming in my room. Like, it's fucking so weird. I never knew it was happening until like as of recently. I'm 35 years old, and I just realized like everything that's, you know what I mean? I'm sorry. I know this is pertain to your life, but I just don't know what to do.
No.
I follow your friend Good Trouble.
Okay.
And he seemed like a human rights activist. So I was trying to reach out to him.
Okay.
But now, like, I don't know, like, he follows me back on TikTok, but on Instagram, like, he blocked me or something. It just says no post yet. And then my other friend, Jason, who was really nice, he blocked me too. It's just fucking bizarre is all. Sorry, excuse my French. It's just bizarre. It's weird. I don't understand what's going on. You know what I mean?
You're in a women's shelter right now, and you feel unsafe, and you've gone to the cops, and they said
No. I tried to go to a women's shelter.
Okay.
But when I told the police it was a Saturday in the women's shelter, you absolutely can't even, there's no one at the front desk. You can't get in the women. They're not open. They weren't open until Monday. And then I heard from my other friend that he said, oh no, don't go to the women's shelter because then they'll end up scamming you and this and that.
I would go to the women's shelter.
You think so?
Yeah, for sure. Because
Okay.
at least like if they don't know, like if they can't help you, maybe they'll know resources in the area that can help you.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
What's the DV hotline, Jen? Domestic violence?
Well, it's here. The thing is, like, I'll show you my face. I'm not getting beat up right now. I'm in a house. I'm not underground.
Okay.
Like it's not violent until, God forbid, I'm happy or I do have money or success or something like that. And to try to defend my own, like, what is mine. Do you know what I mean? And then like things like when that happens, like then like there's been a couple, like some instances that have been very violent.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
But like it's too close to home. Like it's my own grandfather, my own cousin. Like I don't know. And it's
Jen, could
it's
you
like
check
it's like
yeah, I'm so sorry what's going on with you.
it's like, and the it's I didn't even know, and it's these people on God are like Hitler manipulation level, like even worse. My mom used to be a school teacher, like she's molested me, and like I don't get into all that, you know what I mean? But like I know, and I know she's not my mom because of what happened, if you know what I mean. Like she's not even a woman, dude. No offense to that. There's nothing wrong with being trans, but when you're using that as a ploy to kidnap a child, like it's obviously wrong, you know?
Yeah.
So
okay, someone's found the domestic violence hotline 799.
Well, see, the thing is, this happened like so long ago. It happened forever ago.
Yeah, but how about we just take that number down and call it 1-800.
Just in case. Okay.
Yeah, 1-800.
Yeah, because I am worried. I'm just worried that they know I told the cops. I posted videos about it, like slightly kind of beating around the bush and being vague, but they know.
Let's just call someone else and get someone that can get you resources. And so,
okay.
1-800-799.
Yeah, wait, I gotta find a pen.
Okay.
And my grandfather used to be in the military, in the Air Force. So I think that's also the problem, because he's like has a lot of like.
Oh, that's cool.
Like they're not dumb. Like they, you know what I mean? They know, they have a lot of technology, or like, I don't even know. Like it's so, hang on a second. Okay. Hang on, don't say anything. Okay, I got marker. Hang on. Okay. Alright, where's sorry, I have to get a piece of paper.
Okay.
I'm sorry, guys. I hope I'm not
okay.
like, putting you in danger.
No, it's all good.
That's the other thing. They want to make you think that you're snitching, and they want to put everyone in danger who like will ever help you or like is a nice person. They try to make you think that, oh no, they're manipulative or they are evil. Blah, blah, blah. It's like,
okay.
Wow, that's a little bit.
These will be professionals with resources that can help you.
Okay, what's the number?
It's 1-800-799-7223. Or you can text begin to 88788. So you can text begin to 88788.
Begin to 88788. Okay.
Those are two resources. Let's just
Like I also, not to get
okay.
like
Wait, Jen, actually, sorry. The number is at the end. The number is 7233. Sorry.
7233. Oh, okay. Got it. And then not to get too personal about like my finances or anything, but they also, I think like I did have some money. So I talked to like, I made money being a ghost writer, for musicians. And then I sold off my my songs to different musicians scattered around. And the man who like ran away with me sort of after, they beat me up and everything and all this crazy stuff happened, he convinced me that, oh, well, you should tuck it away for like X amount of years and you'll get it back when you're 35, because if you don't, then you'll have to pay taxes on it, which I think was a complete lie in the first place, because why would I have to pay taxes on money that was already mine unless it was like I bought a piece of property? You know what I mean? Is that like, is that wrong? Or
if you have an income, then you have to like pay taxes on it. If it's over like $15,000 a year. So if it's less than that, then you have the earned income tax credit. You don't have to. But yeah, the women's shelters don't cost any money. So yeah, definitely reach out to these services and try.
Jessica Damien 8. I don't like. Are you trying to say I have a mental health crisis? Because I'm not crazy. I'm just angry and I'm tired.
It's okay. It's
And
okay, Allison. You're good. Those are two.
and
Those are
what's
two.
crazy
Like
is I
the
actually
number.
care about all
No,
these people.
no,
So
no, no. Don't read chat. It's okay. You're just here with me. Just read.
okay,
Just read the. Just call out to that number and then text that number. Okay, and then
are you sure I should call the domestic hotline number because
well,
I don't even.
it'll give you something to do, and then I'll also look into the shelters.
Okay.
Look into the shelters.
What is and I can text begin to the number that number 88788.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't want to call the domestic hotline number and have them like look at me and be like, she clearly has never been, or she looks like she didn't just keep beat up, like she's a liar.
It's not going to be like that. They'll talk to you, and then the women's shelter will. The women's shelter is good.
Okay.
Look into that.
Okay, I will. Thanks, Dr. Greg.
Okay, Allison. The best to you. Okay.
I'm sorry to leave on a sad note. I'm strong. I'm thick skinned. Don't worry about me. I'm like.
Okay.
I'm okay.
You're good. You're good. I'm happy that you got in. Thank you for sharing, and I hope things work out. Okay.
Yeah, it will. I hope.
Good.
Too. It will.
You're strong. You got this.
Guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Well, we gotta hope for the best for Allison, guys. Yeah. All right, guys. I don't want to leave it there. Okay, one more. Megan T. We'll have one more. Let's see how it goes. Megan T. One more. Safe and effective. As with all vaccines, get them all. Collect them like Pokemon. Fill up that Vax card. It's amazing. Megan T. 3, 2, 1. All right. Key Maddox. You win. Key Maddox, how's it going? Maybe you're muted. Hi.
Hello. Hi.
Hello.
Oh, okay. So, sorry, this is my first time going on live, so I might be
Cool.
just a little nervous.
Awesome. Welcome.
Yeah, thanks. I just stumbled onto your live and kind of was listening the past hour, and I kind of felt like I wanted to go and talk to you about, people with like anti-vax and not believing viruses, because unfortunately I have family members who are into that type of things, and it's a real struggle.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, they're spreading like the viruses that they don't think exist. There.
Yes, they were. And the kicker here is that I have like a young one too as well that is special needs, and I want to give, the best chances for her. But and I was able to, yay, woohoo, gave her the MMR vaccine. So one thing at a time.
Yeah.
But I think I have a question for you is that how do you help people believe in science when they have such a distrust into the institution itself? Because for the past 4 years since COVID, like Rumble and Gab popped up, and more and more people went onto those servers and post and just consume those things like candy, basically.
Exactly.
And
You're
so
right.
it just grew so much distrust. And so like when I try to give them data, and then they would say like, well, how would you know? How would this be proven fact when Monsanto or like Pfizer did all these lawsuits and botched up these things too? Like, how can I break down this big elephant into bite-sized pieces? Because these are smart people. It's just that they got reasoned themselves into something that was just in a way a better fit for a narrative for them to control.
So usually what I
And so I
do,
want, yeah.
So basically I got the list, which is basically all the scientific consensus questions that we know of. And basically my idea is I ask them if they have I can go through it real quick, but do they believe in germ theory? Do they believe in the immune system? Do they think that the SARS-CoV-2 came out of the lab? Do they think the moon landing is real? Is space fake? Is there flat Earth? Do they believe in 6,000-year-old Earth? Do they believe in gravity? Do they accept evolution? Do they think dinosaurs are real? Do they think climate change happens? Do they think vaccines are safe and effective more than the disease? And then does water have a memory? And basically, my point with this list is to think like sometimes they're just so far gone, and usually with the big ones, the key like flat Earth or something, they're probably going to have every single one of those conspiracies because it's such a foundational belief of theirs. So everything follows from there, that everything else is a conspiracy. But sometimes, sometimes they say, no, I actually believe in dinosaurs and because they liked them as a kid. And and then then you just ask questions. You basically say like, okay, so then why do we agree that that dinosaurs existed? And it's like, oh, because I accept these studies. Well, it's like, why do you accept those studies? And why do you accept that scientific consensus? And then it's just about kind of drawing that line between like the scientific consensus that you agree with on dinosaurs being real. Those are the same, scientific method that gives us this other information. So like, why is that not real? But at the end of the day, like, I mean, you can watch my archives and stuff. It's not like I'm convincing these people. They're not leaving. They're not leaving convinced. There's still people in the chat that have been spamming all night. Oral Lights is here constantly. They're all light names, by the way. Oral Lights, Light is Life. They're all light based, and they all have. But at the end of the day, man, you can only really plant seeds that they have to water themselves. You can't help people out, and you have to realize that like a lot of these foundational conspiracy beliefs are like foundation. They really define their entire persona around them. They think that they are
really do,
they're a smart anti-rogue, intelligent agent that is going against the mainstream, and they're unique, exactly.
Yeah.
And you're basically trying to make them into an NPC, right? Which is what we're just going to believe whatever science says, yada yada yada. And what I wish those people realized as a scientist is like how much skepticism and debate and hot like that exists within science. That it's not just like you have a rubber stamp out all your beliefs. It's like it's the opposite, actually. It's incredibly hard and difficult to have a consensus in science. So that's why the big consensus questions are really like proven like 1,000 different ways, like in order for it to actually be a consensus. So it's but it's tough. I mean, it's all you can do at the end of the day is just ask questions. That's the best way to engage with someone like that. Like, why do you believe that? What makes you believe that? What was the evidence there that you believe? So you're going to allow that kind of evidence over here?
It's so hard though, because like they're so reluctant. It's like when I ask actually serious questions and pretty much dig deeper into the why, how come, I can see the discomfort. They would wiggle around, or they'll have these outbursts basically of like, well, it's because of this, blah 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 blah, and have these large range of emotions and like denialism and whatnot. And it's kind of hard for me to like balance the patience and also balance and not get hot and heated up too, so that there won't any conversation in the future will be shut down. Because I don't know, I always see the light and positivity in other people, and like if there's a chance for them to learn like bad ideas, there's always a chance to learn like new ideas too as well.
Yeah, exactly.
And yet it's just so it's a grind, it's grueling, it takes so much emotional, mental energy out of you on top of the day-to-day lives too.
It's
And
true.
it's just easier for them to listen to 6-hour podcast on Joe Rogan or like Jordan Peterson or whatnot in the
Exactly.
earphones than like talking to like a relative for like an hour, like a week basically. Like
Exactly.
there's not much impact happening. So
Yeah.
like I feel like I'm
It's
like
infuriating, like,
yeah.
because the conspiracies, it takes me, because I want to know how they're getting to these, like, what are they actually saying? And it's like, honestly, one of my biggest kryptonites, genuinely, is like when they give you a source, like, open it and read it, because a lot of times they're basically doing something called misattribution, where the
Mm.
the author themselves in the paper won't even agree that vaccines cause autism or whatever, but then they'll cite that paper thinking that, oh my gosh, it's a DOI number and it's a published paper, and that must be
Yeah.
legit. And then you read it. This happened yesterday. You should genuinely go back into the live archive, and like, this guy, he sent me
Oh,
this
sweet.
paper, and it literally said that, like, most autism diagnoses happen after being vaccinated, because most kids are vaccinated at 6 months, and then autism isn't, usually diagnosed until like 2 or older. And so that he thought that was the whole point of the paper. But then literally the next sentence was like, therefore, autism is genetic and environmental, and not it wasn't from vaccines. So it was just like, he didn't read his own paper that he linked me. And the conclusion, by the way, that was just the abstract. The conclusion didn't even mention vaccines at all, and was talking about obviously how autism is from genetics, not from anything else. So
Oh my gosh. Yeah, they're just headline readers of like, it has autism
exactly,
and vaccine. Oh my gosh, this is
exactly,
something. Yeah, no,
exactly.
I was literally listening to an RFK hearing testimony because I got sent like a link saying that
Mm.
like a Substack comment link or something saying that, oh my gosh, the CDC like blocked or like destroyed
Mm-hmm.
evidence that vaccine causes autism in Black young boys like
Yeah,
262% or something. And so
exactly.
I did my due diligence, did reverse engineer search on that like video clip, looked for everything else, and looked for the actual 2004 CDC study on it,
Mm-hmm.
read the whole thing. And like the sample study of like the boys was so small because like the conclusive evidence, the whole entire
Yeah.
sample group of like
It
2,000
that
kids was
study's
like
been
nothing.
completely debunked. It's
Yeah,
been completely
yeah.
debunked. They actually, Denmark has a 2.5 million kid study. No, 1.2 million over 25 years, and no, zero link to any like vaccine and neurodivergence at all. So it's like, yeah, it just, there's, though they won't read that, they won't care about that, But
Yeah,
RFK,
no,
actually, it
yeah.
triggered RFK so much that he actually tried to get it retracted from the journal. He couldn't. He's not giving out a source. Another thing that's like
Mm.
like a little thing that I ask is like, what experiment would you do in order to prove that blank? Like, if they were talking about whether or not viruses are real or not, then it's like,
Mhm.
what would be the experiment that you would do in order to prove that viruses are real? And then you can, on it, if you really wanted, were curious, you could actually just look it up, look that kind of method up, and see like
Mhm.
if there was actually any study done. And usually if it's like mainstream methods, you can actually usually find like a paper or something that people are actually doing that, or it's honestly not that hard. Like, a lot of the bigger questions, like whether or not viruses are real, for example, is like, that's been like, that was solved by Pasteur. That was back in the 1700s. I mean, the idea that like,
Yeah.
we're like 250 years ago, in when the science knowledge for a lot of these people, and it's just incredibly infuriating. But
Yeah, no, it is for instance, I think I asked the same question of like the person I was in discussion with, of like how would you then find the efficacy of like vaccine safety, or
Mhm.
like how would you know if like these viruses cause these diseases? And they would say, well, the gold standard, of course, a double blind placebo study or something.
Yeah.
And then like, well, you would like risk actual kids to have a disease as a control versus not for the
You would
vaccines.
have to
And
expose
then
them to actual known like measles in order to test the MMR, like in order to do that. It's just like, it's insane.
or
Like, of
like
course you
smallpox,
wouldn't.
for instance, too. And it's like,
Yeah.
well, then, like, well, that's how you actually go get true scientific data because it's a double-blind placebo
Yeah.
thing. Like, but you're risking people's lives.
Yeah.
So, like, what would be the best solution? I mean, like, we did have a double-blind placebo test before with like polio vaccination, right? And then, like, smallpox was a big one too with the cowpox as well. Uh,
Yeah.
Before and after, I mean, you save so many people, but like, it's just a headache, and I guess we'll just keep on chipping away that big
Yeah.
old cocoon shell they have that they try to like, cover their self ego or something. I don't know. It's just so hard
Yeah.
and draining.
It is. I think we've coddled these people for way too long, and I feel like science has like kind of let them push them away because they're just like obviously not well. I feel like it's like a form of paranoid schizophrenia where they can't discern reality from their own imaginations, um and it's sad. Like we've science, and as a society we've coddled them, and we haven't engaged them and challenged them and shown them how ridiculous this is. And we've just been like, oh, okay, how silly, okay, when they're like,
Yeah.
when they were like in the COVID eras, they were like, oh, I'm not against all vaccines, just this vaccine, and everyone's like, oh, he, okay. And then now, well, guess what?
Yeah.
Now Florida is removing all vaccines, guys. It's not just COVID vaccine.
Oh
It's
God, I'm
all
so
vaccine.
scared. I
So
was so worried when I heard
yeah.
about that mandate. Like, it's our choice now. I'm like, what's the choice beforehand? But still, like, oh my gosh, what? Oh,
So it's ridiculous, and like we have to like fight back at some point, and we have to push these people to like come to reality, because it's wild. It is wild.
I mean, like, the thing is, whatchamacallit, like, I won't say this, I used to be part of that world, like the Republican side of things, and like, be from their perspective more conservatively and whatnot. But I think it's like they have such a grasp upon the American society as a
Yeah.
whole because of catchy slogans and
Yeah.
just, I think, a deeply innate like identity of religious belief too, as well, that I think they would rather trust in God, which is not a bad thing, but they have so much trust in God that they would ignore all the science and data.
Yeah. I mean, I mean,
And
after the RFK hearing, we watched it, and it was crazy. I think, yeah, obviously, like my big conclusion that was that Republicans have superpowers. So we're actually the biggest Republican stream on TikTok now. We all converted. So we're all, because you can say anything. You're not held accountable to anything as a Republican, and I feel like sign me up. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
we're all
words
Republicans
mean
here
nothing
now.
now. Yeah, we're all Republicans now.
Yep.
Words mean nothing.
Yep.
We'll just have a lot of infighting. Let's go.
Biggest
Ah.
exactly. Republican infighting. We're all. I claim Lincoln Republican. That's my taste. That's my but yeah, unfortunately there's no it just takes a lot of self improvement, for these people to improve, and also realize, like, if they legitimately have their worldview shook, this is like a think of how foundational of a change that would be. So we kind of have to let these people fall with grace and then help them up, right? Like, legitimately, like if they're actually having their minds changed, and accepting science, and accepting reality and data, and then we have to help them up. We can't just keep pushing them away. So I think it's
I do
a lot of
agree
like,
with that.
it's a lot of
Yeah.
tough love. It's a lot of tough love, being like, what you're doing is not okay. This is not okay. What you're leading us down a path that people are going to get killed on. And it's being honest with them. And then two, it's being gracious and saying like empathetic, and being like, hey, it's okay. You're wrong before, but you're not wrong now, and you can still come into the fold, and you can come back, but you have to like abandon these ideas.
Yeah. And I think it's just so much easier and like so much more satisfying to yourself, like you just say like, I told you so, and you should have listened to me. But it's a lot more effective just to be more empathetic and compassionate and kind. Because
Exactly.
yeah, like I understand how my world has been shattered before too, of like deconstruction.
Yeah.
That took a while. And so, I mean, if they've been underneath this like cult of MAGA or like this flat earth theory for years, or like germ theory, miasma theory,
Yeah.
or the terrain theory for like
Exactly.
years, then like it'll take them years to also cope and like, get back to reality and have their feet set on solid ground again too.
Exactly.
So yeah, it
Well,
takes
and if all else fails, just say, just goad them and say that you'll never be able to debate this random dude that I found on TikTok and send him here. So 9:00 every night. So
9:00 every night. Got
yep.
it.
Yep.
Well, thank you so much.
Well,
And
thank
you've
you.
done like an amazing thing. So
Oh, thank you.
yeah,
I
no problem.
appreciate you.
Mhm.
All right. Well, have a good night.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
You too. Good night. Bye.
That's it, guys. That's it. We're done for sure. For sure. We're done for sure. For sure. What a stream. What a stream. 10,000 views. I think we averaged 300 the entire night. That was crazy. People, I think we're all, everyone's cured. Oh, can we talk about the new button? What's the new button, Jen? Everyone, you can request a topic. Can you request a topic? Can someone request a new topic so I can see it? If I can see it on my end? What's it? Broken heart syndrome. Agnes, I don't know. Yesterday had that guy that left hand side play together. I don't know. It goes to your inbox. Oh. Live tips. No. Let's see. Is it on TikTok like the? All right, guys. Sorry, no more. We're not going to do guests anymore. This is the post stream chill stream, but we're still doing the stream. But we're just post the chill. Sent you a message earlier. Let's see. All right. How are you guys doing? Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, what's up, Stars? Yeah, I see you, Stars. Oh, cool. Oh, man, I got some cool messages. Okay, cool. Interesting. Yeah, I guess it was there before. Oh, okay. Yeah. I've been getting messages from that. Yeah, we talk about science, Alice, and like the politics and the space in between. So we talk about the coolest things that are happening in science that nobody's talking about. We do that. I'm a molecular biologist. I've been in the lab for 16 years. I have a PhD in microbiology. And yeah, we're done, dude. I'm sorry. Yeah. Padres games. I haven't been going, but my son is just playing T-ball for the first time, so I'm gonna probably go to a Padres game pretty soon. But it's not my jam right now, though. Yeah, I like to go to the goals games. That was something that I used to do all the time. That was fun. But I'm in North County, so it's kind of like a far drive, going down there. Okay, Robin, thanks for the feedback. Okay, cool. Thanks, Amy D's. Thank you. Really cool. All right. Oh, Tina. Well, you can talk. Come on, Tina. Come on next live, and we can request up, and I can talk to you about it. Good, Helen. You should. I do. That's what I do. At 200 grams. I'm 180 pounds, and I do 200 grams a day. It's good. Keeps you more satiated. Keeps you and you should be weightlifting. Everyone should be weightlifting. Keeps your bones strong. Muscle definition. Yeah, Tina, I mentor undergrads all the time. So I don't know where you are, but if you want to DM me. Yeah, yeah, I am. Yeah, Tina, just come on next time and we can talk about it. It'd be like a good learning moment for everyone. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's it. Okay, yeah, for sure. Yeah, you can do it. I wouldn't. Yeah, I just, the biggest thing is just protein. I think that kind of style of food and stuff. I don't think there's anything special about those. Vaccine is something that is a part of a virus that your body reacts to and builds an immune response to in the future. So it's basically an antigen that your body recognizes and stores in the T's and B cells. I forget which one. My immunology is not good. Okay, it's the T cells. That's right. That's what I thought. It's late, guys. Yo, that's it. We did it. We did it for real, guys. I think that's all of them. That has to be all. That's what I thought. Thank you. That's it. I think we're done. We all the anti-vaxxers are done. We've vaccinated everyone. I think that's it, guys. I think that's all she wrote. I think we that has to be all. That has to be them all. Isn't it? Guys, we hit 8,000 followers this stream. How wild is that? 8,000 followers. I started this like a month ago. A month and change. Like, what is going on? What is going on? How? This is crazy what's happening. You guys are amazing in chat. You guys are such a good community. It's all you guys. Like we have questions. We get actual like experts up immediately. We're answering questions. We're having fun. We're talking. We're chilling. Oh, Melanie, it's not me. It's you guys. It really is the community. I don't really have anything to do with it. I just have the camera on me. It's you guys. You guys are all hungry and you guys all found this stream so quickly. I have no idea how. It's amazing. And I'm so thankful for you guys, for real. It's been so fun. One of the best parts of my day. Obviously being a dad's my favorite part, but you guys are like a close third, fourth, maybe. Jiu-jitsu is probably my second. One is definitely my dad being dad, and two is definitely jiu-jitsu. But you guys are up there. You're strong third. You're strong third. You know, like we're yeah, nice. I'm kidding. I kid. Oh, thanks, Tina. Yeah. Come back. I'm sorry. Like 9 p.m. We're just late and I'm tired. What does the red flower I constantly wear boutonnieres. I wear a suit jacket and I wear a boutonniere with it on the stuff. So that's it changes every time. So it might be a blue flower, might be I have a white one. It's fun. It's just a different boutonniere every time. Got another one here. Let's see. I got a boutonniere box. Everyone's got a boutonniere box, right? Here's one. This is one that my wife made me. This one. Isn't that cool? You guys like this one? Kind of cool. Isn't that cool? Sweet. Isn't that nice? Dang. Oh my gosh. Jen, thank you. Thank you for saying this. I always forget to do this at the end. I feel so bad. We do the outro without doing this. I feel so bad. This is your time, guys. You guys shined so much. This is incredible. Our last subscriber, Jen. Thank you so much, Jen. You're incredible. Been here so long. I think you're the first. Yeah, you're one of the first subscribers, Jen. You're amazing. Top gifter, Ado, Monica, Storm, Melanie, Jen, Donna, MB Kami Stars, Ado. Thank you for 1,000 likes, 10,000 likes, or 30,000 likes like Ado. or Christy, Kentucky, doing in the work 27,000. Colette 15,000. Thank you guys so much. Jen B. Well, Jen, Marshmallow, MB Kami, Cindy Rose, Alina. Thank you guys so much. I have a PhD in microbiology. I've done molecular biology for 16 years. Just been in the lab, slinging small amounts of liquid from one tube to the other, changing genes, making new plants, making new algae. It's just what I do. Oh, that's awesome, Jessica. I love boutonnieres. I love them. People always brag on me, but I love them. I love them. What? Miss Carehoo? What? Amazing. Dude, wow. Our newest subscriber, guys. Thank you. Thank you guys so much. Thank you. Let's go. Thank you. Oh, wait. Wait. Dude, thank you guys so much. Cool. All right, guys. I don't think we got to a side segment today. I'm so bad. I feel so bad, guys. We just got just boom, boom, boom. Just topic after topic. Idea after idea. Yes. They come at the king they best not miss. They come at the king. How many times have we tried to be canceled? Yesterday they tried to cancel us on screen. They tried to come up here. They just eviscerates them. Lots of great conversations all night. It was so cool. Everyone's been so nice. Been so cool. No warnings myself. No, but I'm just saying these anti-vaxxers try to come in. Yesterday was like the hottest stream. Everyone came in yelling every single time. If you guys didn't see yesterday's show, that has to be the hottest, like the most hot guests I think I've ever had. It was like one after another, after another, after another. Yes, it was intense. It was intense. And it's just dispatching them one after another. It was gross. Oh, Donna, the link tree. I got you, Donna. That's what the link tree is for. I'm sorry, I didn't do the ad. I didn't do the thing that I was supposed to say. I'm so sorry. The link tree has got the super chats. You can ask a question if you want, but it has the YouTube archive, guys. The link tree right here is the YouTube archive. If you want to catch a previous show, you just watch it there. All of them are there. I got a YouTube live stream that's going on at the same time. So you go to the live side and then you can just watch everything. And it's actually kind of beautiful because it has all the stuff that I'm reading, the primary sources on this monitor, it's up there on the YouTube. So you can actually follow along. It's more information than just the TikTok live. It's actually pretty cool. It's pretty cool. So I like it a lot. I love microbiology. There's so much to know. There's so much, we've explored more the surface of Mars than we have the genomes and microbiologies species in the world. Microbiology is the final frontier of biology on Earth. It's absolutely incredible. There's so much there. Food, fuel, materials, it's all there. Epigenetics is really cool. I like genetics a lot. It's really cool. Yeah, we've explored like 2% of the Mars surface with rovers, and we've discovered 0.2% of microbial species in terms of culturing and genetics. So it's like insanely huge. Exactly, Tina. Exactly. All right. Oh, cool, Deanne. Thank you. Appreciate you. It has all my hottest, my best conversations on it. It's a good place to catch up. Oh, thank you, Holiday. I appreciate you, Haley. Holiday Haley. All right, we're gonna do it tomorrow, I think. I don't know. Unless nobody else is gonna show up. I don't know. If nobody's gonna show up, probably won't gonna be here. It's not like I want to be by myself, I don't want to. Unless someone's gonna come. Oh, Helen's gonna be here. Okay, then I'll show up. If Helen's gonna be here, then I'm gonna be here. We're gonna show up for Helen. We're gonna do it. Tomorrow's stream's dedicated to Helen. And Ado. Tomorrow's stream is dedicated to Ado for sure. And Helen. Legends. All right, guys. I think we did it. That's it. See ya. Bye. Have fun. Say get vaccinated. Vaccines are safe and effective. Let's do it tomorrow. It's all gonna happen tomorrow. It's all ending tomorrow. The last show tomorrow. Just kidding. It's not the last show. Just kidding. All right. See ya. Bye.